game is
Way too much for work. We should work better.
Did you know that yogurt is just yogurt? This is why I came to America.
Welcome to a very special episode of Matty Ice and the Chief Patrick. We are here. What day is it?
It's Christmas Day.
It is Christmas Day for us. I'm very excited. Are you?
I'm jazzed.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the day we wait for all year.
Right. Well, and we're here live, and we're going to be here live the entire first round. We are both wearing our very old man shirts, which I like our style. You're sitting next to the commish, which we will be booing momentarily when he steps onto the stage, because that is a requirement as an NFL fan. But we're going to be here for all 32 picks. If that means we're here until midnight, we're here till midnight. My wife would probably not be too happy about that. But as these things usually go, once it starts going a little bit. And I'm sure it'll take a little while to kick in. So, Patrick, let's start a little bit, because we got some time, obviously, before the first pick. I think the Jaguars haven't even gone officially on the clock yet.
Well, I'd probably take all 10 minutes anyway.
Yeah, and we'll have to kind of figure out where we're at, me and Patrick are, in terms of who's ahead of who, because I'm sure Patrick's not a cord cutter, and so he's got this on actual TV, so I'm probably a good 30 seconds behind, which means Patrick will have to tip the pick to me a little bit, but that's okay. So once they go on the clock, I think we're all pretty sure that Trevor Lawrence is going to be the pick at 1. The Jaguars have kind of been pretty upfront as a team can be, I think, that he's going to be their guy. And I don't think that surprises anyone. But maybe, Patrick, the surprise, and so before they get on the clock, we'll dive into this a little bit. What do you think of this Aaron Rodgers news? Because I think, we've kind of been joking all offseason and obviously during the season, preseason last year, about, is Aaron Rodgers done as the Green Bay Packers quarterback? And that seems to be a lot closer than it was maybe a week ago.
Yeah, I mean, we've all known that Green Bay did him no favors last year. It was one of the biggest surprise picks in the first round whenever they ended up taking a quarterback when they could have went so many different directions. And then they take his successor. And on top of that, they didn't even notify him ahead of time, hey, we're going to take a quarterback in the first round. There are certain situations where you're probably not telling your quarterback who you're taking. There are certain situations where he's probably putting his input on who you're taking. None of that for a guy who won the MVP took place. And let's just go back to last year as far as the entire class, because it was more than just what they did in the first round. They took Jordan Love, who I don't even think suited up last year. Second round, they took A.J. Dillon, who was the essential backup running back and still is. Third round, Josiah DeGuara. I don't think played at all. Let's see. Fifth round, Kamal Martin. Sixth round, John Runyon. Jake Hansen. I mean, you're taking at this point bottom of the barrel, borderline roster guys. So, I mean, no one outside of maybe A.J. Dillon made any type of impact on the team at all last year. So what do they really do at any point to help him in order to win a championship.
Right, and
You
I
can
think
look at the stats and say really nothing.
right, and that's they were talking about it, and so we were watching pregame stuff. It hit a little bit, and I forget who it was. It may have been on when they were doing College Game Day, so it may have been Herbie talking about it. No, it was Booger actually. Booger McFarland was talking about it, and you look at what. Okay, you've got an aging quarterback. Say, I know I've said some things. I know I've said plenty of things about one Aaron Rodgers in the past, and say what I've said even. He was a very good quarterback this year, and he's been a good quarterback throughout his career. One of the greater quarterbacks probably of this era. And you look at what they've done since they won a Super Bowl, and that's nothing. And you look at what Tampa Bay did with Tom Brady, right? Like they said, who do you want? You came here. Who do you want us to get? They got some offensive line help with Tristan Wirfs. They obviously brought in Antonio Brown. Say what you will about how that worked out long term. They brought in Gronk. Basically, they said, oh, you're a Hall of Fame quarterback. We kind of expect you to bring us not touchdown. Well, lots of touchdowns. We expect you to bring us a Super Bowl. And so what do? They said, what makes you've won a bunch of these things? How can we win a Super Bowl? And that's not what's gone on with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, as much as, and to some degree, he probably brings this a little bit on himself. He kind of is a bit of a jerk. He's a bit of a jerk, but he also seems like if he's on your side, if you're one of his boys, like he likes you and he's actually probably a really nice guy. But man, they've just not done anything really. I mean, Devontae Adams is their guy. And you can say Aaron Jones, but running backs are so dime a dozen that I'm not going to give them Aaron Jones and signing him to a longer contract as hey, we've done something for you. No, I look at it, Bakhtiari's gone. You look at some of the other stuff that they've done from a roster construction standpoint, and you go, do they really care about Aaron Rodgers? Or do they kind of just approach it, hey, Aaron Rodgers is our guy. Aaron Rodgers is going to make this team good. Let's let Aaron Rodgers do Aaron Rodgers things.
I think what Green Bay is going to do is, and it also depends on what camp leaked this news. Because it's very convenient that this came out on draft day. Like, we've all known that there's no way that Aaron Rodgers could be happy there. We have all known, whether it be maybe things he said on Jeopardy or things he said maybe on McAfee show, maybe something that said on Dan Patrick show. I think he's never been too shy whenever he's been in front of the media or in front of the camera to voice his displeasure, but he does it in only Aaron Rodgers fashion. But this is the first that it's come out that's hey, I'm not coming back. I don't want to come back. You guys aren't helping me at all. I honestly would be better off somewhere else.
Right, and that's the interesting thing about this too is you look at where he's kind of said he wants to go, and West Coast definitely seems like where he's wanting to end up. He's thrown out Vegas, he's thrown out the 49ers. I'm trying to think what Denver he's also thrown out. And
he's from the area.
Yeah. Obviously, he went to Cal. He's from that part of the country, and you start looking at it, and he's been involved with some Hollywood stuff here and there. You can tell he is very much situating himself for a post-career career. And
yeah,
when you start rolling all these things together, you go, man, he's the type of guy who I could just see if Green Bay was like, no, we're not going to trade you. You can just be like, all right, I'm just not playing next year. I'm done. And some guys you look at and you think, they say that, but it doesn't seem like it would have much weight. He seems like he's got enough going on that if he said that, he would be done. He could say that and never come back and play again.
Yeah, it would be totally legit. It wouldn't be, players hold out, and whether it be their agent or someone else in their camp, words are said or things come out where it could get messy. I don't think it could be that type of situation, but I could easily just see him just nonchalant, like, all right, well, I'm just not coming in. And you wouldn't hear anything from him at all. Like, he would be doing his own thing. He would be doing his own workouts with his own guys. But he wouldn't have the desire to, like, have his agent speak or to have somebody on his team come and voice displeasure or whatever. Like, he would just, like, go just media silent.
Right.
And just wait and see what happens.
And that's kind of one of the things, like, how he comes across as a jerk to some people. I think that is kind of just also the, like, he just really doesn't care. Like, in a lot of sense, he's going to do what he thinks is best for himself, and he's going to do kind of whatever he wants to do. And look, I think he obviously wants to play football. I think he wants to win championships, but I think he's looking at it and he's going, well, look, I know what they did to Brett Favre when I was there. They drafted me, and they drafted a quarterback late first round and basically said, you're going to be the guy for the future. And you see Brett Favre had a very similar kind of reaction to it. Brett Favre kind of was like, oh, we're going to do this thing? Like, he sort of taught him. But at the end of the day, you can kind of tell Brett Favre was like, man, if they're going to do this, I'm going to start figuring out what's better for me. And that may not be Green Bay. Again, you just look at what they've done with roster construction. And I seriously question, like, despite the fact that they were a playoff team, are they a team that's really built for the future and really built to win a Super Bowl? Like, you had a pretty good roster last year, minus a weapon or two that you really kind of needed to take that offense over the next hump. But, man, they just did not do anything this offseason that said to me, hey, we're going to make a run at it. Like, you get done with the season and you go, okay, how can we get better? And it feels like they were just like, well, if we sign Aaron Jones, we'll be all right.
Yeah, we'll keep him in. And, like, the history of Green Bay, they're not one to make, like, splash free agent signings. They really like to build this thing through the draft. I mean, obviously, you look at their roster, there are a few that they did sign. But, like, looking at past drafts, like 2019, for example, that's one where they got some key guys on their team. It's where they got Rashawn Gary, who's coming into his own, Darnell Savage, Elton Jenkins, even a guy like Jay Sternberger, who he hasn't panned out the way we thought, but they still use him sparingly to make those flash plays at tight end. Like 2018, Jair Alexander, that was that class. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, it's the guy that they essentially just love because they haven't brought in another wide receiver. That was also the Equinemius St. Brown draft. Also, J.K. Scott, punter of the future. But, like, they have managed to bring in over the last several years, like, one or two, like, cornerstones at certain positions. But last year, they really did nothing at all. Like, no one made any type of impact.
Right, and they really kind of lucked into Tanyan being what Tanyan's been as a tight end. And so you think, again, you start looking at it, and all the signs, to me, are pointing to Aaron Rodgers being done there and probably never playing a snap again. Now, Patrick, I have it officially now, so I'm going to count it down on mine, and you can tell me where we're at. I am at 9:33, 32, 31, 9:30 with the Jaguars pick right now. So how close are we?
I am 8:52, 51:50.
Okay, so Patrick's going to be about 30 seconds ahead. So, Patrick, you're going to be the one who actually announces picks, or you can hold off if we're obviously in the middle of actually talking. So, let's switch gears. We'll talk about the Packers more when their pick comes up because I do want to get your thoughts on maybe, based off what we talked about in the mock draft, maybe their thought process is a little bit different. Granted, they might be picking a lot earlier here in a bit if they're not careful. I'm also already loving the graphic stuff that ESPN is doing. Urban Meyer jumping into a pool in Jacksonville. But so let's go to the Jaguars. Jaguars have the number one pick here. We're pretty sure it's going to be Trevor. I think Trevor is pretty sure that it's going to be Trevor. Trevor doesn't seem very concerned that he might go somewhere else here.
No, he has no concerns.
So, I think, this is a very much one of those consistent consensus. He is the guy. He should be the guy. What do you feel about this pick overall? What are your thoughts?
I mean, what is essentially every first overall pick supposed to do? It's designed to be like your cornerstone franchise player. That's what it's designed to be, because you're picking the very best out of a class of essentially like 1,000 plus players. On obviously, like less than 300 are going to get drafted, but you're picking the top guy at your very pressing need. And for Jacksonville, arguably that's quarterback. And with a guy like Trevor Lawrence, it's a situation where you can't pass up on it. Jacksonville won one game for a reason, when they probably could have won a few more. And that's because they knew that there was a franchise-altering quarterback in this class that if they were able to get, who knows where their franchise could go if they're able to build around him, not only in this draft, but also for the future. Because what did they do before this? They got a new general manager. They got a new head coach, which results in a brand new coaching staff. They immediately transitioned that front office and that organization to build around Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, and I think this is an interesting one too, because we've got a guy in Urban Meyer who's never coached in the NFL, or never been a head coach in the NFL for sure, and you wonder what he's going to do. We've talked a lot with Justin Fields, and obviously we're going to talk more about him whenever he eventually gets drafted. But we talk a lot about that Ohio State offense and how poor of a job they've done prepping quarterbacks for the next level. And you wonder what exactly this offense is going to look like as Urban Meyer transitions to actually being an NFL coach. Because Trevor Lawrence, by the way, would be perfect for an Urban Meyer offense at the collegiate level. Now, whether he's going to run the exact same sort of thing at the pro level, we'll obviously have to wait and see. But look, what is Trevor really good at? Well, pretty much everything, right? Like you look at what are his weak spots, and maybe you could say if we're picking out a weak spot, one of the things you could say is that Clemson offense, very similarly to the Ohio State offense that we kind of rail against every once in a while, has a lot of manufactured throws, does a lot of RPOs, and really you look at what they did this year, they did that a lot more often, which was kind of interesting because you go back to his freshman year, or really his sophomore year, but even some in his freshman year, and they weren't quite as RPO heavy as they seem to be his junior year. Now, whether that's just because they didn't quite have some of the receivers that they were used to pre this year, or if just because of maybe the lack of a training camp, so to speak, they had to figure out, let's pare down the offense a little bit. I'm not sure exactly what that was. Obviously, you and I were not in the Clemson coaching staff, so that kind of kills that a lot. But you look at all the things that Trevor Lawrence is good at, and again, that's a lot of things. But you start with decision making. He's a great mix of aggressive, but not too aggressive. Kind of in the same way Patrick Mahomes and Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers. You start naming off all the Andrew Luck, all those good quarterbacks, Tom Brady, Tony Romo. Well, Tony Romo a little lesser because he not always was great at decision making. But you start throwing those names around, and what are those guys good at? Well, they kind of just take what the defense gives them, and that's so much of playing the position of quarterback is just understanding, hey, this is what the defense is doing. I know, okay, it's cover 2. I probably can't throw this ball. It's cover 3. I should not throw that ball. I know that based off of what we're running, this guy's wide open. I'm just going to throw it there. And if, T. Higgins takes it 60 yards, great. If, if it gets caught and it's 6 yards and we live to play another down, also great. And I think he's going to be very, very good at that. Another thing he's really, really good at, he's a big body. And he's very good at getting outside the pocket. And that's a thing that you see Ohio State do a lot with Urban Meyer. You saw him do it with Tim Tebow at Florida. I think Trevor Lawrence is Tim Tebow on steroids. Not literally on steroids, because it would be more likely that Tim Tebow's on steroids than Trevor Lawrence based off of size. But I think that everywhere that Tim Tebow lacked certain skills and talents, Trevor Lawrence has those. And so I think Urban Meyer's probably going to be salivating a little bit here to get Trevor Lawrence into the locker room and really figure out what they can do with him.
Let me ask you this. Urban Meyer has coached plenty of great quarterbacks in college. You think about Alex Smith. You think about Tebow.
Chris
You
Leak.
think about Chris Leak. I'm glad you mentioned that name. You think about the plethora of Ohio State quarterbacks that he's had. Is he going to be the best one that he has coached? I mean, obviously, Urban came out of retirement, quote unquote, to coach Trevor Lawrence. Is he going to be the best quarterback he's ever coached without even coaching him yet?
I mean, yeah, I think you look at what he's had around it, and man, look, I'd argue that Alex Smith was a very, very good quarterback that just kind of got a couple of raw deals here and there. Obviously, the leg injury late in his career, but man, that's a guy who, if he had been put in a better, if Alex Smith had come out, had been a quarterback 6 years later, I think we'd be talking about Alex Smith as one of the better quarterbacks of the era. But obviously he didn't. The trick here is that Urban Meyer's offense now is much more in line with what the NFL is going to. And so in that sense, I think that if that had been the case 10 years ago, some of these quarterbacks that he turned out that weren't great in the NFL or took a little bit longer, didn't do a whole lot, I think they would have been better now than they were then. Obviously, there were a lot of quarterbacks that were just good because they were in Urban Meyer's system, but I absolutely think that he is the best quarterback that he will have ever coached day one. And I like Tebow. I know a lot of people didn't, and we'll talk. Maybe this is the spot we talk about him potentially coming back as a tight end to that Jacksonville team. That might be a little bit fun. But, I've got the pick in. Patrick, has the pick officially been announced yet?
Not yet, but Goodell is walking to the podium with the card.
Can I just say I like that they brought his little lounge chair from his basement to sit in on the stage. And I'm assuming he's not going to, but I wish he would. They should put the mic right there, and he should just come sit in the chair and make all the players come give him a hug like he's Santa Claus.
I told Caleb this yesterday. What they should have done is put wheels or some sort of track and a motor in it, so that way whenever he comes walking out, he's just sitting in there. But he can control it with like a remote control, and he's just like sitting all the way over, and he like drives it to center stage, and then he can announce the pick, and then just like, again, like you said, he can get up and hug, or the guys can hug him like he is Santa in a Bass Pro Shop, and then once that's done, he can just drive off.
And there it is officially for me. Patrick, Trevor Lawrence is your Clemson quarterback is now your Jacksonville Jaguar quarterback. So we've got a mock draft going on to keep up with this. Obviously, we're not mocking it at this point. So yeah, I think obviously that pick makes a ton of sense. If you're the Jaguars and you had the season you had last year, you have to take Trevor Lawrence. You have no questions, and I think it's a smart move for them to do that. So now, Patrick, this puts the Jets on the clock. And I'm right around 7 minutes of them being on the clock if you're watching along with us. So, again, we're probably a little bit behind time-wise with the rest of you if you're watching on TV. But if you're a cord cutter like me, you're in the same position. So, Patrick, Jets, we know they've got a lot of needs. They need corner, edge, running back, wide receiver, basically everything. They could use a little bit of everything. But they got rid of Sam Darnold, and trading Sam Darnold to the Carolina Panthers, you have to think this is going to be another spot where we see a quarterback. And obviously the rumor has been Zach Wilson, Zach Wilson, Zach Wilson, Zach Wilson. But, Patrick, for the sake of intrigue, could we see something a little bit different here? Do you think it's been smoke and mirrors and they're actually going to go Justin Fields?
I don't know. And this is why I don't know. And, I like that idea because obviously there's been so many reports with, Trevor Lawrence going to Jacksonville. I mean, for one, he was clearly the best player in this entire draft. Two, when Trevor Lawrence had his own personal pro day, not only was Urban front and center doing interviews there, but Jacksonville did so many of their own social stuff there at that pro day. On top of that, a month ago, maybe even longer than that, we found out that Jacksonville gave him the playbook. We haven't heard anyone else giving anyone any even snippet of their playbook. And Trevor Lawrence has had their entire playbook for at least a month. And I'm pretty sure he's gone over it, going over plays that he's comfortable with, going over plays that he enjoys. He may have even input a few things from Clemson that he loved to run. I'm sure he's taken out plays that he knows that he's not just entirely great at. So, I mean, there's just been so many different things that pointed to Trevor Lawrence being it for Jacksonville. There's not been a single thing that I know of or that I've seen that showed that Zach Wilson would be officially it here. We all just kind of assume. Now, if you've seen something,
I haven't either, Patrick, and that's what's interesting to me, that everybody seems so convinced that this is the pick, that it's going to be Zach Wilson. And obviously, you and I, again, aren't in draft rooms, aren't in front offices, so we don't have any insider information. But man, I think there is a very clear. You can make a very clear case for Justin Fields being ahead of Zach Wilson. I know we talked yesterday on our live pre-draft show that we were essentially just testing everything out. But we were talking about quarterbacks, and man, I've gone back and forth and back and forth and back and forth on whether I think Zach Wilson is a better quarterback or whether I think Justin Fields is. And I think that for me, Zach Wilson has a little bit more tools, a little bit better. He's a little bit more toolsy than Justin Fields is. Now, again, like we were talking about.
Before you continue to go deep in, you're probably looking at the shot that I just saw a few seconds ago. And in that shot of Zach Wilson, he looked exactly like Todd McShay.
Oh, that's funny.
He could be Todd McShay's younger brother, and I wouldn't think anything of it.
I'll have to tell you when we go to commercial. I had a joke about Zach Wilson earlier, and I was told I was not allowed to say it on air. So I will. I don't think it was that bad, but I'll refrain. Look. So man, where do you make this case? You've got to go quarterback here because you got rid of Darnold. Absolutely. You look at what Zach Wilson is better at. So when you're talking, okay, what's Zach Wilson better at than Justin Fields? And I know the big thing that everybody wants to look at is that one throw that basically mirrors the Mahomes throw from the pro day. In fact, they just showed it. And the pick is in, so here in a second we'll obviously know. But, man, to me, that isn't as important because that throw to me, and they're going to show Aaron Rodgers doing a very similar throw as well. If you're a quarterback and you're going to the NFL in a pro day, you can absolutely make that throw. So that didn't sway me one way or the other. But what I do think about Zach Wilson is that I think he's a little bit better when plays break down. And we're going to talk about this with the next couple quarterbacks that go, that part of the reason these guys will be successful or not successful is because, look, if this is Zach Wilson or if it's Justin Fields, either way, this is a guy going to a terrible team. This is not, if someone goes to the 49ers, and we obviously somebody will, but if it's a quarterback that goes to the 49ers, like that is a guy who's going to a team that's already okay. I realize they're picking third, and they were already picking fairly low because they didn't have a great season because of quarterback play. But that's a team that's a couple pieces away from being very, very good, as opposed to you go to the Jets, like we mentioned, they need literally everything. So I think in that case, I like the fact, if I'm the Jets, that Zach Wilson is better when stuff doesn't go to plan, when stuff gets off script, because that's when your rookie quarterbacks especially make their money, when they get good. You look at Patrick Mahomes. When Patrick Mahomes was his first year, I should say, not as a rookie, but his first year playing quarterback, like there was a lot of crap, I've got to do something moments. There was a lot of that for Russell Wilson his rookie year. And you look at these quarterbacks that are good their rookie year, and it's usually because they've had to do something. They're good outside of the pocket. They're making spectacular plays in spite of the fact that their offensive line is terrible, in spite of the fact that their wide receivers maybe aren't great. So here we go. The pick is in for me, Roger, which we didn't boo him, Patrick. We forgot to boo. Boo! Tradition. And there it is. Zach Wilson is the quarterback. So Zach Wilson, quarterback for the Jets. So let me ask you this, Patrick. Zach Wilson, you get him as a rookie, obviously. You had Sam Darnold as what? He would have been, this is his third year, or is it his fourth year?
Fourth, because part of the commotion with Darnold whenever he was traded, like Carolina committed kind of like a soft verbal commit to picking up his fifth year, but they haven't officially done it yet.
That's right.
So that's kind of why people are going back to, could they take a certain quarterback if they fall to 8? Because they officially haven't picked it up yet.
Right, and I think for them that makes a lot of sense. But so the question, and we'll talk about that here in a second, because we'll put a pin in it. We'll come back. Do you think rookie year Zach Wilson and Sam Darnold, where do you sit on current Sam Darnold, rookie year Zach Wilson, in terms of, like, is that really that much of a step up? Are we looking at, you're essentially just hoping that in 4 years he is farther ahead of where Sam Darnold was after 4 years, that you feel a little bit better at it? Or are you just kind of, is this just throwing darts at the wall?
Well, you kind of got to look at it in perspective of, Joe Douglas didn't pick Sam Darnold.
True.
Robert Saleh didn't pick Sam Darnold. So a lot of times whenever you have, even though this isn't like, Douglas isn't like a fresh face in New York, he still didn't pick the quarterback. Robert Saleh certainly didn't pick the quarterback. So in a lot of situations like that, whenever you have a new pairing of head coach, coaching staff, general manager, if they're not particularly in love with the quarterback, and especially when you have all of those coming together at once, it typically means your team is not any good.
Right. So
they're wanting to kind of rebuild and build a team that they want. So, I mean, getting rid of Sam makes sense. You mentioned, like, is Zach Wilson 2021 versus Sam Darnold 2018? Is that going to be like much of a difference? So let's look at 2018 for Sam Darnold. He had a completion percentage of 57.7.
Yikes.
17 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. So, I mean, that's about what you're going to get for any rookie, like on average. And this is going to be the problem with like rookies this year. Even like Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, and the other rookie quarterbacks that are taken in the first round. We gave last year's class a lot of slack because there was no off season because of COVID. So we didn't expect any, there's still expectations for first round guys, but at the same time, we didn't expect anyone to really light it up because it was their first year in the NFL and they didn't get an off season.
Right.
But then what did Herbert do? He put out an amazing rookie year with no off season. So now all these first round guys are like, okay, well, Herbert did this with no off season. And really, whenever it was his first game to play, they told him 5 minutes before. Like, he had no time to, like, really prep and get ready.
By the
They had to
way,
ruin
our
a guy's
doctor
lung.
stabbed the starting quarterback.
They had to freaking ruin a guy's lung
You're
so that
in.
he can go play in that game against Kansas City, the best team in the league. In his first game, he played exceptionally well, and then he had a tremendous rookie season.
Ooh.
So now all these quarterbacks really are not going to have much of an excuse in the eyes of the league and the eyes of fans because they're probably going to get a decent amount of some offseason, whereas Herbert, two of those guys didn't have one.
By the way, we just got our first Chad Pennington reference. So here's the trade. Obviously, 49ers got the 3rd overall. Dolphins dropped back to 12, which they then traded to Philly. And then so they also got the 22 first and 3rd round picks, and I think another one or two. So let's switch gears. Before that, to put a bow on Zach Wilson, I think to ask the question I ask you to myself, I think that he's probably going to be a little bit better off because of his. I think he's a little bit more athletic than Sam Darnold. Darnold's not the most unathletic guy, but Zach Wilson is much better. Again, once things break down, he's a little bit better at that. So let's, Patrick, now go to the 49ers. They're almost off the clock already. We're pretty sure they're going to go. Is a pick in for you?
No, like it's almost under 2 minutes.
Yikes. So, I think they're sitting on this as long as they possibly can because I'm not sure they want to make a pick here. I think maybe they're probably on the phone with Green Bay trying to figure out, hey, can we get Aaron Rodgers? What will it take to get Aaron Rodgers? And then that could really throw a wrench in this thing. So we talked pre-draft in this a lot about how this is really where the draft starts. Everybody's kind of been chalking Zach Wilson to the Jets, and of course Trevor to the Jaguars. But this is kind of where the draft starts because we don't know. It could be Justin Fields, it could be Mac Jones, it could be Trey Lance. We assume they're going to go quarterback. Patrick, I got to be honest, man. I don't get, again, and several episodes we've talked about this now. I don't get why you essentially get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo to get Mac Jones. That's not a shot at Mac Jones. Mac Jones could be a fine quarterback in the long run. But you're looking at a guy who's not going to offer you anything else over what Jimmy G's doing. When you've got when you've got Justin Fields on the table, and you've got Trey Lance, who, while he needs a year or two, and it might take some time to figure out what to do with Jimmy Garoppolo, so maybe you play Garoppolo and then bring Trey Lance in later in the season. But I don't know why you would get rid of him to bring in Mac Jones. So picks in for me, so we're waiting on that. But real quick, Patrick, what do you think's going to happen here?
Man, I mean, obviously it's quarterback. You don't trade up from 12 to 3 and not take a quarterback.
Right.
And that's the argument, which, I mean, there really hasn't been an argument that it wouldn't be a quarterback. But let's say that there was. You're not going to give up future first-round picks for a non-quarterback. You're just not. It doesn't make sense. And you're not trading up from 12 all the way to 3 to not take one. So the question, of course, is who? You're really picking whatever flavor that you're interested in. And this is another thing. Like, let's keep in mind, when did this trade happen? This trade took place like immediately after Zach Wilson's pro day.
Right.
So they had to have had at least 2 guys in mind. Maybe they knew. I just saw the pick.
Oh, okay. So
wait for you to see the pick.
Yeah, let's wait for me. Roger hadn't even started walking out yet.
Okay, I'm not. You probably read my face, but it was a shock no matter what, just because we didn't know. It was the first pick, but we didn't know who it was going to be. But I mean, the argument for Mac Jones is you're not trading up to 3 to get a guy that you could have gotten.
Ooh,
did you see?
I see the pick now, Patrick. Okay, so here's the thing. It is Trey Lance out of North Dakota State, and I like a lot about Trey Lance. And as you mentioned, this is the first of our surprise picks because as we've obviously mentioned, we had no idea whether this was going to happen or not, who was going to go there. And it is interesting, though, that they would go him over Justin Fields. And, man, I don't take that as a shot against Lance. I think we talked, I guess, going into last football season, maybe even like one of our first episodes post-draft, that I thought Trey Lance was going to be one of the best quarterbacks in this class. And I think we're seeing a little bit that, maybe some of those tools aren't quite there. But once again, what is Trey Lance? Trey Lance is a guy who is very, very good outside of the pocket. He's a big body guy who can really make some things happen early. So if you're going to be the 49ers and if you're going to play him immediately, where his strengths are that he's going to be good when the play breaks down. And is he inconsistent? I think that's fair. I think it's fair to say he's inconsistent. But I think when you look at it, this is more, for me, a pick of, hey, 3-4 years down the road, we want a very, very good guy. And I think Trey Lance has maybe one of the higher ceilings of these quarterbacks. But look, again, this is a section where all four of these quarterbacks are actually really, really good. And if, between him, Zach Wilson, Trevor Lawrence, and Justin Fields, and I love his deep ball ability. He's got that part of his game pretty good. And, you're talking about a guy who is going to a good football team. And I think that's the difference for me here is that, and this is what we were kind of going to talk about with Zach Wilson, whereas Zach Wilson is going to a team that is not any good, and Trevor Lawrence is going to a team that's not any good. Man, Trey Lance is now going to a football team that, they weren't a playoff team, obviously, but they were very close to being very, very good. That division is a super tough division with the Seahawks and the Cardinals and the Rams. So it was going to be a tough year anyways. But now you've got Trey Lance going to a team that's already pretty good. You've got George Kittle, obviously. You've got some pieces around him. And so it's going to be interesting to see how quickly they move to start him.
This is my take on whoever the quarterback was going to be. I thought if it was going to be Mac or if it was going to be Justin, they probably move on from Jimmy G at some point over the weekend. If not, maybe I don't know what his contract situation was like, but maybe like a June 1st type of trade.
Right.
But since it's Trey, I don't foresee them getting rid of Jimmy G this year. Because every consensus, no matter where Lance fell, no one said, okay, they're going to take Trey Lance, and he's playing this year.
Right.
Every single person talking about Trey Lance said he's going to sit. You don't play him this year. And that's it. He's going to learn behind whatever the current starter is. And that's exactly what I think is going to happen.
Yeah. So
obviously he was third overall, and usually the league is if you draft someone like a quarterback top 5, top 10, whatever, you're playing him. You're not playing Trey Lance.
Well,
you're sitting him.
You know what though? I don't know. He might. This is the thing is that, and this is what makes this interesting is that I think we might be the first people that I've really heard talk about, maybe because I don't think a lot of people talk about Trey Lance going here, but about the idea that Jimmy G could get essentially another year. And maybe this is a move where you play Jimmy G for a while and try and get his draft or his trade capital to be a little bit better. Because right now I think you're looking at, what we just saw Teddy Bridgewater go for a 6th round pick. And I got to think that you're looking at sort of the same area, the same sort of value for Jimmy Garoppolo at this point, because I just don't think there's much there. So maybe you play Jimmy for a little bit and say, hey, look, he's healthy, he's back, but we're going to move on. We got a young quarterback, and we did this just in case. Now, let's, Patrick, pivot real quick because Atlanta's so low on the clock now, too. We mocked Trey Pitts to this Atlanta team. Now that Justin Fields has dropped here, my voice just went real high pitched. Now that Justin Fields is here, playoffs. You want to talk about the playoffs? Now that Justin Fields is available. Now that Justin Fields is available at 4, do you think that it's a possibility that Atlanta, who we've talked about needing a quarterback to replace Matt Ryan, in the future, at least in the next year or two. Do you think now this is forget Kyle Pitts? Kyle Pitts would have been nice, but Justin Fields, a Georgia kid, is on the clock. Let's take Justin Fields. To me, that would actually, given how this has fallen, I was a little bit iffy on it when we did our mock draft. I was iffy on it if it was Trey Lance. I for sure was don't do it if it's Mac Jones. But Trey Lance is gone. Zach Wilson's gone. Trevor Lawrence is gone. So now you've got Justin Fields in there, and the pick is in. So, again, you don't tip it for me here. But, man, to me, this seems like an easy move if you're Atlanta. You called Matt Ryan real quick so you don't end up you don't care if he goes Aaron Rodgers on you because he's Matt Ryan and he's 80 years old and not any good anymore. But you go, look, I'm running to the podium with Justin Fields on my card if I'm Atlanta because it makes too much sense. You got an a Georgia kid coming home to Georgia to be the quarterback for the Falcons, and really, I think that would be perfect for them.
This is why I make the argument that it should be Pitts.
Okay, sell me on it.
So, obviously, Matt Ryan has probably got 2 years tops, maybe 3, in the NFL as like a quality starter. Because he's still a quality starter. Matt Ryan is still a guy that, I don't think that the Falcons are going to win a Super Bowl with him.
No.
But, if you draft a rookie quarterback now, Matt Ryan's contract is not movable. And probably isn't, I don't even think it's movable next year.
All right, so here comes the pick for me, and we'll hop back on that before we really talk about it.
Yeah.
They go Kyle Pitts. So, look, while it would have been a slam dunk for them to go Justin Fields, I think this also, with the Kyle Pitts with the weird Green Bay Packers suit, interesting choice.
Dude, I'm a big fan of those.
Interesting choice. I'm okay with it. Look.
So, since we're talking about the fashion right now,
yeah.
Can we talk about how vanilla Zach Wilson's suit was?
Can we talk about how? So, Aaron, I'll use the joke that Aaron went with. She goes, Zach Wilson looks like the bad guy preppy in every Disney movie that's ever been in existence. Like, if you put him and said, if you just showed me a picture of him and I didn't know it was Zach Wilson, I might go, oh, is that the kid from High School Musical 4 or something? Like, that's kind of the look he's got. But Patrick,
he would have been one of the frat guys from Grown Ups, too.
Yes, absolutely. That would be perfect. But look, so now we got Kyle Pitts here and to the Falcons at 4. And per what you were saying right before the pick came in for me about Matt Ryan, that contract is super hard to move. And I think now maybe you look later in the draft and you maybe look at a quarterback. Like maybe if Kellen Mond is available later, you go Kellen Mond. If, maybe somebody like Kyle Trask, or even, you might take a shot on a guy like Jamie Newman or even Felipe Franks, maybe late, and just see what happens. Maybe you get a guy, maybe you don't. But I think you take the shot here. And so we're going to look and see now how far Justin Fields falls. This was kind of the case that everybody was worried about, was if he didn't go 3, where does he end up going? But Kyle Pitts, man, you think about that offense now with Kyle Pitts there, who is just a matchup nightmare. You've already got Julio Jones and Calvin Ridley and Russell Gage in your wide receiving core. And here's the problem. Kyle Pitts is a tight end, sure, but Kyle Pitts is also a wide receiver. And so you now got a guy who, again, is just a matchup nightmare. And you start looking around that division, and I'm not sure there's a whole lot of guys who can match up with him in the league, but in that division, for sure, I don't think there is.
Let's look at the teams in that division. New Orleans, they've just purged a lot of guys in that defense. So,
salary cap
who's
purgatory.
Really going to cover a guy like Kyle Pitts in New Orleans? Carolina, they spent all of last year building the defense. I'm sure they're going to take some more guys this year. But they've got some hybrid guys in Carolina, but none of them are going to be able to cover a guy like Kyle Pitts. Tampa, Well, Tampa's got a few guys that could cover a guy like Kyle Pitts, but they're not winning every single rep. I mean, Kyle is just I don't know. He's a type of tight end that, I mean, obviously the league is moving to, but he's like the extreme version of this hybrid tight end,
right?
That we're seeing league transition to. Like, obvious, like it's like if you went in Madden and you went to create a player, and you wanted to create a tight end, and you obviously put everything to 99. That would be a guy like Kyle Pitts.
Well, and I think outside of Trevor Lawrence, he is probably the best player in the draft. And I would argue that he might be the best player in the draft when everything's said and done. Just because, going into this, he is, I think, maybe the best player. Because one of these quarterbacks will probably end up having a more storied career than Kyle Pitts because tight ends. But look, I think he's a guy who – you look around the league and you start naming off who are some of the big stars. You get Travis Kelce, obviously Gronk, and you look out at George Kittle. Even Tanyan kind of got a little bit. Tight end's kind of the hot position right now, and Kyle Pitts is like what those guys are, but like Patrick, I know you're not a nerd, so you probably didn't play a lot of Pokemon as a kid.
Oh, I know some Pokemon.
Well, I'll keep it easy for you. George Kittle and all them, they're like Pikachu. He's like Raichu. Like, you're fine.
Oh, okay.
You're fine if you have a Pikachu forever and ever and ever and you never evolve him. But if you do evolve him, you get Raichu, who is also really, really good. And so maybe Charmander and Charizard might be a little bit better. I was a big Zard fan. I always like started. Actually, I was a Blastoise guy, if we're being honest. Like, I always started with Squirtle as my starter Pokemon.
If you want a Blastoise, then you go tomorrow and you get Deontay Brown out of Alabama.
Ooh, okay.
Because there's a picture of him. I don't know if it was in a game or what, but somebody on Twitter a few months ago, it was like around the Senior Bowl that time. But there was a picture going around him, and they're like, he is built 100% like Blastoise.
That's
now everyone calls him Blastoise.
I'm okay with that. I like that.
Blastoise, you can get him tomorrow.
So let's go, Patrick, up to the Bengals pick. The Bengals now talking about some things that they need. ESPN's a commercial for me, so we got a couple minutes, even though the pick is in. Some of the needs: they need a wide receiver, they need a tackle. They need anybody on the offensive line really. Tight end's an issue. Edge, linebacker. Again, this is another team that needs a lot of things at a lot of positions. And Patrick, I think the argument here is: do you go Penei Sewell, or do you go with whoever your top receiver is? Be it Jamar Chase, be it Jalen Waddle. What do you get? Joe Burrow a weapon, or do you look at the scar on his knee and go, you know what, we probably ought to just play it safe here?
Okay, so I completely understand why everyone is saying you go get a true wide receiver one. You don't have AJ Green anymore, and he's lost a step. But AJ Green still got like 100 plus targets. So you're going to need someone to help distribute all of those targets that you just lost. Because Tyler Boyd, as much as I love Tyler Boyd, he's not a number one. T. Higgins, as much as he surprised everyone, because everybody really wrote off T. Higgins last year during the process. I think it might have been one or two like poor games late in the season. I know like during the like combine and such, he wasn't great. But I think he really proved everyone wrong with how great of a season he had last year. But neither of them are true number one guys. So I understand the need for getting like a number one receiver. But for one, there is still plenty of guys that you could get early tomorrow in round 2. Because there are still plenty of guys in the league who have been the wide receiver one who weren't picked in the first round. And you look at that disgusting scar on his knee, and if you look at that and tell him we're picking a wide receiver, you obviously don't care about protecting your franchise quarterback that you drafted first overall last year.
Well, so I guess I see both sides of it. I think that maybe if you get somebody like Jamar Chase, look, part of this is if you go, wide receivers are in a lot of ways super important to pass protection as well. Obviously, offensive linemen are more important to pass protection, but if you get a guy like Jamar Chase, who defenses are scared of, they've got to be a little bit more actually playing coverage than dropping back or than going after the passer. So that a high receiver there, and it is Jamar Chase. Pick just came in. So going into it, I know, Patrick, I think, look, here's the deal with this one, is that I think either way is the right decision.
I hate this for several reasons. Can I explain why I hate this?
Because Jalen Waddle's the best receiver in the draft?
No, that's not why I hate it. Even though we both like Waddle a little bit more. I hate it for one, now you are putting the health future of Burrow and your franchise on the back burner in order just to get a playmaker and have a sexier draft class.
Here's the thing, though, Patrick.
One, I also selfishly hate it because now the Bengals are going to look for O-line tomorrow. And if Indy doesn't take one today, that means they're just getting a lesser left tackle tomorrow.
So, man, look, I think this one makes a lot of sense to me. Obviously, they have the history where they were both at LSU. So in that sense, it makes sense to go get a guy. And look, I've got to think that because they went and got an LSU guy and they got an LSU speed guy and they got an LSU playmaker, I've got to think that Joe Burrow signed off on this. Like, to me...
Like, publicly, like, he didn't publicly say it, but I think it's been, like, well known that Burrow put his opinion to the front office that he wanted Chase.
Yeah. So I think, to me, again, this goes back to, is Penei Sewell maybe the best player available here? I think probably. And look, we could see him falling down to, this makes our mock draft more and more correct the farther this goes, though, Patrick. That we could end up seeing Penei Sewell at that 8 spot to Carolina, especially knowing they got rid of Bridgewater and they have Sam Darnold. Like, go get you a lineman, and maybe some of these guys are gone. But look, Justin Fields is still going to be on the clock, so that could be I think for the Dolphins not wasting any time. Their pick is already in, so we'll be waiting around for that. But I go back to that really a wide receiver that's this dangerous, that's this hard to cover, can help your pass protection. Again, not as much as an offensive lineman, but significantly.
I'm getting hot in this shirt, so keep going.
So Patrick's going to go take off his dad's shirt, and I might have to as well before too long. But look, I think it makes a lot of sense to get a receiver, get Joe Burrow, somebody to actually throw the ball to, because again, you mentioned AJ Green aging, not nearly the player he was, and I just think that in the long run, there's more depth, maybe not in terms of you're not going to get a Penei Sewell in the second round. You're not going to get a Penei Sewell in the third round. But, Patrick, you are more likely to get a good tackle, a good offensive lineman later in the draft than a potentially game breaker like Jamar Chase. And so I get it, and the safe move is to go Penei Sewell. The safe move is to go offensive tackle here. But, man, the Bengals, you got to sell some jerseys. You look around at what the rest of that division is. You got to be able to put up some points because you got to play Lamar Jackson a bunch. The Pittsburgh Steelers are potentially going to be getting worse this year. And, you got to compete with the Browns a little bit in Ohio already. So I think, again, You go after a guy that I'm sure Joe Burrow signed off on, and we're already hearing that Joe Burrow is probably going to be good to go at the beginning of the year. So get him a weapon, get him a guy that he can throw the football to. Now, Patrick, let's switch over to the Dolphins real quick because since their pick is in while they're interviewing Jamar Chase, we'll wait on the actual pick to happen. But some needs for them: they need wide receiver, they need edge. They could go running back, linebacker, another wide receiver, safety, tackle, or inside offensive line. Well, I guess it's tackle too. Again, they're another team that need a lot of things if you look at the team needs list. But what are we thinking here? Are you thinking this is probably Devontae Smith or Jalen Waddle?
If I saw them pick Sewell, I would like that a whole lot because you saw what they did last year with the offensive line in the draft, and they could shuffle around those pieces. Because some of those guys, especially those rookies that played last year, because, I mean, who did they draft last year in the offensive line? They drafted Austin Jackson in the first round. They drafted Robert Hunt, who played right tackle, but I think he would be a whole lot better at guard. So I think they could potentially, if they drafted Sewell, they could potentially move Austin to right tackle, move Robert Hunt into guard, put Sewell in at left, and then they could get a wide receiver later today even. And then Tua is set up like leaps and bounds better than he was last year. I think it's probably going to be a wide receiver, but I think I would like Sewell better, and the pick is about to be announced on my side.
Okay, so I've got about 30 seconds. Yeah, Sewell, I think at this point, we're going to say this about every team going forward until he gets picked. Like at this point, Sewell, if your team picks him, it would be a good pick. I feel like he's that good of a tackle. Now, I love the idea of getting to a Jalen Waddle. I love the idea of getting him Devontae Smith. Either way, that is a guy that, again, you've got a quarterback who has a connection with a guy at a collegiate level, and maybe they can jump into things and get it going pretty early in their career. The pick is Jalen Waddle out of Alabama.
I don't hate that either. I like that.
I like that pick.
Again, got another college connection.
Yeah.
And they needed a true one at wide receiver.
Yeah. And Jalen Waddle is, I think he's a better wide receiver than Jamar Chase. Again, you're comparing, two very, very, not necessarily similar players, but you're comparing two very, it's like, do you like Moose Tracks ice cream or do you like cappuccino chunky chocolate ice cream? Like, they're different, but not enough that they're both super, super good. And so I think Jalen Waddle to me is a little bit more dynamic. He's a lot better. A lot better might be a different word, but he's so good after the catch. Like that's the thing that you look at Jalen Waddle. Man, Jalen Waddle just leaves people in the dust, and so
Detroit turned their pick in so freaking fast.
Yeah, they weren't messing around at all. They knew, they were like, oh wow, that's what you said. Detroit's already in. Wow.
What if they watched Waddle get picked? They watched Jamar Chase get picked. They watched Pitts get picked, and they see that Sewell, where we've seen plenty of scenarios where Sewell goes 4, Sewell goes 5, even 6. But what if Dan Campbell is sitting there, he sees Penei Sewell still available at 7.
Here's
They have a need in the offensive line, and they're like, we can improve our run game because we have the pieces to do it. We can help the quarterback we just traded for.
Let me throw you this. I get that. What if it's Justin Fields?
I haven't, we've seen Fields go, we've talked about Fields at 3. We've talked about Fields at 4. We've talked about Fields at 8 to Carolina, New England. There have been a few and this is probably before the Goff trade. We've seen a few mocks where what if Fields goes 7?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing with the Lions picking a quarterback was that they could only pick a quarterback if they got rid of Matt Stafford. Now, granted, the Jared Goff contract is one of the worst contracts in the NFL, and so on that level, maybe you're not that much better off. But if I'm them, I'm at least taking a look. I'm thinking, oh crap, and surely they've obviously gone through this scenario where maybe this actually happened, but
probably a billion of them. Yeah.
But man, I guess then the question becomes: do you look at the run on wide receivers here? Do you look at Jamar and then go and say, "Ooh, let's go ahead and get Devontae Smith before or do you wait later and maybe in the second round you can get Rashad Bateman if he's still around, do something like that."
Yeah.
But I think if you go Sewell here, it makes a lot of sense. I think if you go Devontae Smith, it makes a lot of sense. If your guys like him. If the medicals check out, would Caleb Farley make a lot of sense?
Yeah, I mean, they did just take Okuda last year, but I still think it would make sense because, I mean, Okuda didn't have a great year last year, but I think corner is one of the hardest positions for like rookies to transition into as far as college and NFL. But I don't think we're going to see Farley as high as we thought we would just because of the medicals.
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't be totally surprised if a corner was taken.
Well, you and I, in our mock draft,
it's going to be one of two guys. I think it's going to be Devontae, or I think it's going to be Sewell. Because let's look at the wide receivers they have right now in their locker room. They have Rashard Perryman, Tyrell Williams, Victor Bolden Jr., Quintez Cephas, Khalif Raymond. I mean,
yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that wide receiver room.
Week one with those guys on the field. So obviously, Sewell's tempting. It would be really sick to have Sewell, but
right, and the pick's in, so
you really need Devontae Smith in that wide receiver room because at this point in his career, and even though he didn't play last year, Tyrell is going to be a solid 2.
Yeah.
Harryman is just like a complimentary piece. You need a true wide receiver 1.
Right. And the thing about Devontae is even though he's tiny, and I know people want to make a big deal about that, he is a wide receiver that can play both inside and out. And there's not a ton of wide receivers that can do that currently. It's kind of become more of a thing where either, you're an outside guy or you're an inside guy, and you're either shifty or you're a blazing speed, big body type, your DK Metcalf. You're either a DK Metcalf or you're a Tyler Lockett. And while he is built a lot more like Tyler Lockett, he can play a little bit of both. And so I think I'm with you on this. Sewell would be not a bad pick. But I think you look at what they have on their roster, and it's absolutely got to be a wide receiver because you start looking at that. I mean, Jared Goff struggles to throw the ball to people anyways, but he needs somebody to throw the football to.
They're about to announce the pick. Let's say it's a wide receiver here.
Okay.
If they wanted to go O-line, they could and I just saw the pick, but they could go like a Jalen Mayfield at right tackle tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I'm going to let you, before I go any further, I'm going to let you see this pick here.
Yeah, so Roger is currently... Is it awkward to have a fan sit in Roger's chair?
Yeah.
A fan of every team sit in Roger's chair. Are they wiping that chair down?
Probably not.
Like, I'm looking at some of the people they got sitting in there, and I'm thinking, I don't want to be sitting in a chair after that. They probably got some stinky in there. It is Penei Sewell. Okay, so we got our first offensive lineman off the board. And again, you listen to what Motor City Dan has been saying as their head coach, and this makes a lot of sense. Get a big guy who can really bruise. And again, this is a very, very good offensive lineman. This is a very, very good tackle. Everybody kind of thought if this wasn't such a quarterback-heavy draft and or top-heavy quarterback draft, I should say, like this is a guy who we might have seen go a little bit earlier, but instead is going now to the Detroit Lions. And so we've talked that one.
So right now, Taylor Decker is slated as their left tackle. Now I wonder if he's going to move to right and then Sewell is going to play left, because I don't remember like where Taylor Decker played whenever he was in Michigan. That was quite a few years ago.
Yeah.
But I don't remember if he's a true left or if he's played right. Okay, I think he played right. So I think it's going to be a smooth transition. Put Taylor back at right tackle. Move in Sewell at left. You got Frank Ragnow at center.
Yeah.
What they just picked up that option for. Of course, like that was any doubt. So then now they might, like, tomorrow, they might get a guard. But I'm sure for, like, second round tomorrow, they've got to get a wide receiver.
Yeah, they're going to have to go wide receiver. So let's move on now to Carolina. Carolina's almost off the clock. They've been waiting. They're down at 2:30 on my end, and still the pick is not in. So let's talk about them. They obviously needed an offensive tackle. We were talking about that with Penei Sewell. I'm a little upset that the Penei Sewell
that pick isn't going to go through.
That pick isn't going to happen. But since that's not, now he is off the table for Carolina. So Carolina's really got a lot of different things they can do there. I think what we obviously mocked Penei Sewell here. What are you?
See a trade here?
Do what?
Could we see a trade at this spot? I think this is one of like the first spots where I'm really thinking that a trade could happen.
Well, so the question for me, becomes who wants Justin Fields? Because if I'm Carolina, I'm looking at Denver, the pick behind me, potentially getting Justin Fields. And I know our good friend Mark Ryder would be ecstatic if they got Justin Fields at the 9 spot. You get a quarterback who is a top 3 quarterback. You get him without having to trade up at all. That would make a lot of sense. But, I mean, so do you want Justin Fields? You mentioned Carolina not picking up the option yet officially on Sam Darnold. Do you look at that and go, hey, let's take a quarterback now, and if Sam Darnold works out, then we've got trade bait. If he doesn't work out, then we've got Justin Fields, quarterback of the future. Or do you start calling New England? Or you call New England and say, his clock's almost down, and if the clock's down to 0 and I'm Denver, I'm sprinting to turn my card in that says Justin Fields. But do you think that we could see a trade with somebody like New England for Justin Fields here?
Right now, so I see the pick is in.
Okay.
And I don't think it's going to be a trade. Right now we're at commercial break. I completely understand like why it would be a guy like Justin Fields, because like I mentioned earlier, Carolina, when they traded for him, said they were going to pick up his option, but they still haven't done it yet. This is why I don't think it should be. I'm not saying that I like Sam Darnold over Fields, but this is why I don't think it should be, because they just traded for Sam Darnold. If you take a guy like Justin Fields or even Mac Jones, even though I don't think it would be, well, let's say you, just for devil's advocate, pick Mac Jones here at 8 or Justin Fields. What are you doing to the confidence of Sam Darnold, who you just traded for?
Well,
by picking up a guy in the first round, like you just depleted his confidence after boosting it by putting him in a new home.
Well,
saying you better play good, or the guy.
I don't think they care about that, Patrick.
You was just picked at 8, and he's breathing over your neck right now.
I don't think they care about that, and I think the thing is I don't think that the Panthers thought that Justin Fields would be available here at this spot, and so maybe that changes things. You go out and you get a Sam Darnold in case Justin Fields doesn't fall, because if you're sitting here at 8 and your options are Mac Jones or Sam Darnold, I'm starting Sam Darnold 20 times out of 20 times. If the option is Sam Darnold or do I get Justin Fields, I start considering things. Now, outside of that, because if they don't go quarterback, what are they going to? What can they do here? Micah Parsons is there. You start looking at some of the other guys that are available still. that they need. Maybe they get Rashawn Slater. This might be a little bit early for Rashawn Slater, but if you were going to get Penei Sewell here, Rashawn Slater's there. Maybe you go ahead and get him. I say a little early. We're talking like he's still probably a top 10 pick if people weren't so quarterback needy this year. I'm interested to see what this is going to be. As soon as they get back in here and pick this, I'm hoping that Roger is going to be at the podium. I'm sure you've already seen it by now. You've seen it in your face, so now I'm very confused.
So I'm not going to tip it because I feel like you're about to see it.
Yes, Roger is at the podium now. So let's wait and see. Carolina here at the 8th overall pick is going to take... Oh!
Yeah!
J.C. Horn out of South Carolina. And now look, we talked about the possibility of him going early. This is way earlier than I thought he would go, for sure.
I thought he was like a lock at 12. But if you look at their depth chart, and especially like the defense, I know they went defense heavy, like only defense last year. But you look at the corners on Carolina. They don't have, I saw lockdown corner one. They've got guys like Troy Pride, Dante Jackson. They just got AJ Bouye, but he's not like your solid dynasty CB1. Like he's a great complimentary guy at this point in his career, but he's not your real number one shutdown corner anymore. So they really needed a guy like this. And well, I really thought that they weren't leaving the first round without a tackle, because Greg Little ain't getting it done.
No.
The fact that they drafted a corner here is not totally surprising.
But maybe the corner
it
is
would have
surprising.
been like me, like if I had to like put like a list of potential positions, I would have probably put left tackle at the top, quarterback maybe at 2. I probably put wide receiver depending on how the board fell at 3, and then probably corner at 4. Just because I mentioned wide receiver, like they've got Robbie Anderson, they got DJ Moore, but I think both of their contracts are going to expire after this season. They're probably only going to bring one out of those 2 back, so they would have needed a second wide receiver for the future going beyond this next season. But now that I'm seeing it, now that it's coming to fruition, it's not really that big a surprise, but once I saw the name and I saw the pick, it kind of shocked me just because I haven't seen that name for Carolina. But now that it's kind of processed, I get it.
Well, I get the position. Maybe not so much the player. I think it would be. And look, this is obviously all how your board falls. I think Patrick Surtain is the best of the corners. He's the most consistent of the corners. Caleb Farley could be, if he's healthy, potentially better. But I don't know. Everything to me just points to Patrick Surtain being the guy. I think what we had in our mock draft, we had J.C. Horn going to we have him going to the Eagles at 12.
Who?
J.C. Horn. We had him in our mock going to the Eagles at 12, right?
I feel like every mock that I've done for at least the last month has always been J.C. Horn going to Philly.
Yeah, so I guess in that sense, this one gets me a little bit. So now let's swap over to the Broncos, Patrick, because they're in a spot that maybe they thought they were going to have to trade to get a quarterback if they wanted a quarterback. Do they go quarterback here? Or, look, this is a team that's built the last several iterations of their team on having a good defense. Did they go with Micah Parsons here, the linebacker, and say, we'll figure out quarterback later? Obviously, they just traded for Teddy Bridgewater, or Teddy Two Gloves, but he is not the quarterback of the future. So, if you're the Broncos, Patrick, what are you doing right here?
So, you got to look at who's available right now. I know they just added several corners in the offseason, so I don't know, sure, you could probably always use a corner, but at this point, I don't know if that's like the pure top target that they're going to need, because they have Kyle Fuller, they've got Kareem Jackson, Justin Simmons, they've got Ronald Darby, So I don't know. Like, I don't think corner here is the biggest need. You look at, let's say, like Rayshon Slater. They've already got Garrett Bowles, who they just gave an extension to. Lloyd Cushenberry's there. They've got Juwan James, who didn't play last year, so I don't know if his position is going to be solidified since he was an opt-out. But the rest of that O-line is decently solid. Graham Glasgow, Lloyd Cushenberry, Dalton Reisner. So I don't think they're going to go O-line here with one of the best players available being Rayshon Slater. I don't know if it's going to be Surtain. It could be. This is what I think they should do. I think they should go Micah Parsons. I think they've got a need at linebacker. He's definitely the best linebacker in the class. I think they should give Parsons a shot here.
Yeah, I actually tend to agree with you a little bit on this. Although, again, same as we were kind of saying with Penei Sewell, at this point, any team that doesn't have a perfect situation at quarterback and potentially needs a quarterback, I'm going to say you should look at Justin Fields at this spot since he's still here. That being said, I think you look at this linebacker class, and really after the first round guys, it really drops off. I think to me this linebacker class isn't as deep as this offensive line class is. So if I'm doing what you're doing, maybe saying here, I'm going Micah Parsons because I think he's potentially the best player available outside of Justin Fields. But also, I think that fills a position of need. It fills a stylistic position of need. You're typically as the Broncos, you typically lean towards having a good linebacker. With you start thinking about Von Miller, obviously, but you look at the quarterback options, what they could possibly do there. Mac Jones could be an option because Denver's terrible at picking quarterbacks. I know our buddy Mark would probably be very, very upset if they did that. But to me, it's either Justin Fields or Micah Parsons. It depends on what you feel about Justin Fields, and they might not have thought that Justin Fields was going to be available here, so maybe they didn't do as deep of a dive on him as they should have. But I would probably go Micah Parsons.
I think it's going to be Micah. This is with the news that just happened earlier in the week. I really have a hard time talking myself into Denver picking Fields at 9 and then him being the third string quarterback. I don't think you pick a player at 9 for him to be the third string guy.
Oh, he immediately to me would be your starter if he's there. As much as, and I'm going to say something nice about Drew Lock. So if you like Drew Lock, listen up because this doesn't happen a lot. I'm going to say something nice about Drew Lock. I don't think he's as bad as I think people are a little bit maybe too quick to pull the trigger on him. Obviously, the last couple of years. Do what?
I agree with you on that. I think so. We saw him 2 years ago, like for only 4 games, and he played pretty solid.
Yeah.
Last year was going to be his first full year. No offseason. And he was injured quite a bit last year as well.
Right. So, there's some questions there, obviously, because of that reasoning, that maybe you go quarterback here. But you got Teddy Bridgewater for cheap. I am willing to, if I'm the Broncos, I'm willing to give Teddy and Andrew Luck another year and just see what happens. Because worst case, you're in this position again next year, and I don't think the Broncos have a good enough team, and you look at that division, they're not going to be up there enough to make that leap this year, whether it's Drew Lock or it's Justin Fields. So we'll see because they're making their pick right now. Right now, it is Patric Surtain. So they go.
Look at that backfield now. Look at that backfield.
Yeah.
So you've got Ronald Darby, Kyle Fuller, Justin Simmons, Kareem Jackson. And then now you're probably going to have Patric Surtain. That's filthy.
Yeah, I think that's
filthy.
I think that's pretty good. And Patrick, I'll say this. I think to some degree, even though they're not in the same division, not in the same conference, that is kind of a pick to me that says Patrick Surtain was going to be gone with this next pick because it is going to be the Cowboys. But I agree with you. I think this is a good pick.
Speaking of the Cowboys, you look at the situation that they're in now. So we have, I'm sure every single person who knows what mock drafts are has given them probably Patrick Surtain, if not some type of corner. Well, Patrick Surtain is gone. J.C. Horn is gone. We've officially gone into like a quasi run at corners since we just went back to back. So they can either do one of two things. Well, I guess technically one of three things. They can either, one, take Farley here at 10
Oof.
and hope that everything with his back is fine. All the medicals are solid, even though I don't think it would happen. But it's Dallas, so anything can happen. 2, we just saw Sean Lee retire, so maybe Micah Parsons here at 10. Or, let's throw a wild card in there.
Okay.
They could go Rashawn Slater, because I feel like they could always boost their offensive line. That used to be like their strongest thing that they had was their offensive line.
Yeah. Well,
and now they've recently like gone through like this circus of guys rotating because of injuries and whatnot. They could bring in a guy, whether he's not starting immediately, he's like essentially the sixth man off the bench. He can rotate in and out of every single game to keep guys fresh and healthy.
Well, I tell you what, Patrick, let's do this. Let's take a break because the pick's not in for the Cowboys yet. We're going to take our first break of the evening. We'll be back very, very quickly. So stick around, obviously. But now is the time for you to get up and go to the bathroom. Now's the time for you to go refill your drink. We're at about the 10. We're at the 10 spot, so we'll reload and reset here in a couple minutes. We'll see you guys. Obviously, thanks for joining us. We will be right back. All right, and welcome back, guys. We are still with the 10th pick, but it is now the Eagles instead of the Cowboys. And this is really interesting because it's a draft trade, but it is also a draft trade within division, which you don't see very often. So now instead of the Cowboys, we've got the Eagles. So look, are they looking at what just happened and said, "Oh crap, there go all the corners. We've got to move up and get a corner before the Cowboys do." And the Cowboys are sitting here thinking, we'll just see. We'll see what happens. Have you seen yet what the?
No, I don't think we're going to see it.
Probably not
for a little bit.
Probably not
But
before this pick happens.
Let me throw this scenario at you.
Okay.
Yes, we've seen a run at corner, and yes, Philadelphia needs a corner.
Quarterback.
But
Justin Fields.
I've actually seen that this week. I don't think that's going to be it. But
It'd be interesting.
What if they've seen the early run at wide receiver play out? and they probably already had scenarios in mind, and they are thinking that maybe the Giants take a wide receiver, or maybe even someone trades in front of them to get a guy like Smith who's still available. Even though they have been terrible at drafting wide receivers in the last few years, they still need them. So what if they're trading up here in order to get Smith, who's still available? Because I think no matter what, we were going to see a wide receiver. Like, there was so many scenarios where we see probably like Chase and Waddle or Chase and Smith even go like back to back in that Bengals Dolphins slot, or maybe even like the Dolphins Lions. And there was going to be one left over out of that first tier that was going to fall a little bit. So I think Philly saw that play out. They need I had still needed a true wide receiver one. Maybe they're trading up to get him. Maybe they're even I don't know. There's so many scenarios right now.
Right.
Because like you can make the argument for a corner, you can make the argument for a receiver, you can make the argument for another defensive player. Like, the possibilities are honestly pretty endless.
Well, and this is kind of funny. I'm trying to offer any trade to get the mock draft right, so that I can keep track of it better. And they do not want me to make this trade.
So they swap picks in this year, and the Cowboys are going to get the Eagles' third rounder.
That's it?
I mean, they're only moving 2 slots.
It seems like an interesting.
For a move like that, or you're not moving very far, you're not really going to have to give up a ton. I'm going to make the trade now.
Yeah, see if you can get it to go. I'm struggling to get it to actually happen.
And I forget which third it was. Because the Eagles technically have 2/3. I'm going to give them, like, for the sake of this exercise, because we're only going for today, so I'm going to give them like 70. Because that's the better of their thirds.
Well, this is funny.
Right now it didn't go through.
Yeah, dude, I'm struggling to make this trade actually happen. Even as
what I'm going to do is like offer maybe like a.
Patrick, do you want me to tell you what I've offered? I've offered this year's first, the second, third, both thirds, the fourth and the fifth, next year's 2 firsts for the Eagles, and I can't make it go through.
We may just have to like make a mental note because only gonna have it.
We'll have to talk to the boys at the Draft Network. I think they're as shocked that a trade in division happened as we are. So look, the pick is in.
That's probably why, like, no matter what, it's not going through because it's in division.
Right, and
they probably have to code it in.
And you really look at it too. Like, these are 2 teams that need fairly similar things. Outside of the fact that I agree with you, if this was Devontae Smith, this would make a lot of sense. Like, if this is, hey, we're gonna go get our playmaker wide receiver, that would make a lot of sense to me. And corner, I mean, look, if you trade up here, you go in corner, you taking Caleb Farley, even with all the medical questions, just because you see a run on. I mean, we mocked J.C. Horn, so we're thinking corner all the way, and then, he's gone, Surtain's gone, and so now you're looking at Caleb Farley, and what's after that? I'm trying to think of who's the next guy up after that. Greg Newsome, Eric Stokes, which those are more second-round guys anyways, late first, early seconds. Man, this is interesting. The pick's in, they're making the selection, so Patrick already knows what it is, which is always nice on his part, I guess. He gets to know. Let's see. It is going to be... It is Devonta Smith, so there it is. So, Patrick, obviously a burner, an absolute weapon. What do we think of this trade now and now this pick?
There had been talks for the last few days that Philly wanted to get back into the top 10. So seeing Philly trade up isn't shocking. seeing them trade to a division rival like Dallas is kind of a surprise. I think it was smart for Dallas because Dallas has a lot of needs, and now they get an extra third. So, I mean, why not? You're only moving down 2 spots as well. Dallas probably still has several guys in mind. Wide receiver certainly wasn't one of them. So let's say New York takes one of them. Well, you probably have one, maybe even 2 guys that you were still looking at. So that's fine. The Eagles have been so bad at drafting wide receiver, at developing wide receiver. Devonta Smith is a freaking Heisman winner at wide receiver. So I think at this point, if this one doesn't land, you've got to look inward.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you're still bad at picking them. Because, I mean, Rager, you picked him 1 slot ahead of Justin Jefferson. I mean, really.
Right.
Jacob Arcega-Whiteside. He's been dookie. We actually were big fans of him coming out in 2019. He's been doo-doo.
Well, and part of that's what's happened with that offense. He was not, I don't think, a great fit in that offense. Maybe now he can be a little bit better with the new coaching staff. This to me is an interesting one too because you had 3 division. We got another trade.
Oh.
Okay, now I'm really interested. So the Giants are going to trade. And what I was going to say is this was going to be really interesting because you had 3 division teams back to back to back, and now the Cowboys trade out. The Eagles come in and get, which I gotta make that thing actually happen. Even though it's going to be really weird to look at. You'll have to remind me. Devonta Smith going there. So the Giants trade. They trade to to the Bears. This has got to be Justin Fields.
It's quarterback. You already know it's quarterback.
There's no way this isn't Justin Fields. I mean, unless for some reason they like Mac Jones a little bit better, this has got to be.
I thought you were going to say another position.
No.
I was going to say there's no way you're trading up from, what are they at, 20?
Yeah, they're at 20.
Schefter's announcing what the package is, which I hope they make a graphic.
Yeah.
But jumping from 20 to 11, that's going to be expensive. Like, we were like, oh, they only gave up, like, we're talking about Philly. Oh, they only gave up a third. Well, they only moved up 2 spots. This is going to be expensive because they're jumping, like, almost 10 spots. And I also potentially like this a lot because when Chicago was still picking at 20, a lot of people were slating maybe a tackle for Chicago. But I think they were slating So here's an interesting tidbit.
Okay.
I don't think it's necessarily tipping any type of pick. So they're showing, like, Mac Jones, like, there in Cleveland. And he's just, like, sitting there chilling, whatever. They just went to Justin Fields and his home. The couch was empty. The room was empty.
Interesting.
Which now they're all gathering back in.
Well, Patrick, you can't talk about that because that might tip picks a little bit. Just in case.
I just found that interesting.
That is interesting, though, that nobody's there when they go there. Because maybe they weren't.
I mean, you look at Chicago, obviously they need a quarterback, and you're looking at the 2 quarterbacks who were guaranteed first-rounders.
Well, so here's what I guarantee you happened, Patrick. They're all hanging out. They're all looking at it, and they look at the list of who's coming up. You had the Cowboys, then you had the Giants, and then you had the Eagles, and then the Chargers, and then the Vikings. You're thinking, well, I'm not getting picked in the next 3 or 4 picks. And then all of a sudden this trade happens.
They like do a snack break or something.
Yeah, they were outside taking pictures. Like Justin Fields' girlfriend or fiance or whatever is probably outside. Like they're probably all taking pictures together with the family. And then this trade happens, and somebody was like, "Hey, I got to come back in." So I've got to think that you don't trade up 10 spots or 9 spots and not take a quarterback here especially with what's left on the board. It's got to be Justin Fields. They've got to have looked at it and said, hey, what is available still? Oh, Justin Fields is still available, and the Giants are probably thinking, we might go offensive line. We can probably get a guy later on. Even if we go wide receiver, maybe we go wide receiver and we get somebody like Rashad Bateman at the end of the first round instead of now that Devontae Smith is gone. Because I think that's probably where they were looking. They were probably looking at the Cowboys pick or the Eagles pick and saying, hey, when it was the Cowboys, they were thinking, hey, we're not going to go that much. Like we're going to pick a receiver here at 11. We'll call it good. And then they didn't. So now the top three the top three receivers are gone. They're gonna we can wait and play our card a little bit, get some extra pieces, and then pick up a very good wide receiver late. We've got Goodell walking to the podium. So is this the end of the Trubisky era? The end of the Mr. Biscuit era for the Chicago Bears? The end of the Mr. Biscuit era in Chicago for Mr. Biscuit, Mitch Trubisky himself. Bears pick is being selected. This is Patrick's one argument for why I should not have cut cords long ago. You could be live like with me, but you're not.
Oh, I am totally. So if I'm gonna be an old man about something, I'm gonna be an old man about cable. I'm never getting rid of cable. Never.
Well, I mean,
never in my life will I not have cable.
Patrick, I'm not going to spend $300
easily
a month to watch.
All right, we're gonna have
2 channels.
I don't know who this is, but we're gonna have a guest make this pick or make the announcement.
They still haven't announced it, Patrick, because
no.
Oh, talking about the draft-a-thon. Okay, that's good stuff. Well, support pandemic recovery efforts. Okay. We want the pick, man. Scroll that across the bottom. We want the pick.
The pick has been announced.
Okay, so I am still waiting.
I want to see what the compensation was for this trade.
Yeah, especially if this is who we think it's going to be, or who I
My
think it's
thing
going
is, I want to get on Twitter and look at Shefty because I also just don't want to get on Twitter because
that's where you
that's
really
when
get the picks too.
spoilers happen. So I refuse to get on Twitter until the first round's over.
It is Justin Fields, just like we thought. So You've got to trade up there and get that quarterback. So this is now interesting. You've got Justin Fields jumping up into that team, and I know this is a team that we thought needed a quarterback. Everybody's been kind of talking about it, but we were also thinking they're going to have to make a move because otherwise, who's going to be available there? Justin Fields falls a little bit. They make a move for Justin Fields. And look, let's talk about Justin Fields for a second. I know we talked about him a little bit earlier, but now that he's the pick, who is it now that's on the clock? The Cowboys, right?
Yep.
Cowboys are on the clock. So we'll wait and see what they do now that they've traded back a couple spots. Man, I really think that Justin Fields is the quarterback that is going to kind of end the streak of Ohio State quarterbacks not being good.
Yes. I completely agree. Let's look at what Fields really brings to the table. He was number one quarterback, number one dual threat quarterback coming out of high school, because I think that class was him and Trevor Lawrence. So they were like the top two quarterbacks in that high school recruiting class. Initially went to Georgia, transferred to Ohio State. What did he do when he was at Ohio State? His first year there, which was a full season, 14 games, he threw 41 touchdowns and ran for 10. He threw for almost 3,300 yards in 2019. Last year, played 8 games due to the shortened season, which, you can argue that it may not have been the same if he played more games, but he did improve his completion percentage from 2019 to 2020, a little over 70% completion percentage. So threw for 22 touchdowns, 2,100 yards, 5 rushing touchdowns. Big Ten Player of the Year 2 years in a row. I mean, and this is a guy who I think we would have seen similar numbers if he were to have stayed at Georgia. But Georgia has a history for not making the best decisions with their roster. They're great at bringing guys in, but they're not necessarily the greatest at, analyzing what they have in the room. And this is a prime example. But I mean, this guy, you're not, for one, I don't think you're ever going to see like off the field issues with Justin Fields. You're probably never going to see him like out in the club or finding him, being arrested. Like this is going to be like a clean guy as far as off the field stuff. Because this is like whenever you watch him in interviews or like out in public, he's a really reserved guy, but he knows how to really get a hold of a locker room.
Right.
So he's not a rah-rah guy, but he knows how to bring that team together. So, and I think that's what's going to happen in Chicago pretty early.
Here's my concern with this move for Chicago is that what Justin Fields is good at, he's very good at. What he's not great at, and this is what we were talking about earlier with the other quarterbacks, is that he's not the best. Now, granted, he did do pretty darn good in the college football playoff at this, but he's not the best when plays break down. He could be better when the plays break down. Maybe I should word it that way. And you look at this offensive line that the Bears have, ranked 22nd in the NFL last year, which is not great. So they've got to improve that a little bit. So maybe that's what they do now. They've got their quarterback. Maybe later on in the draft, they address their needs on the offensive line and do something different there, because I think they're going to need to do a better job protecting him, because he's not that dynamic when the play breaks down. All that being said, I think they got themselves a good one here. I think Justin Fields, this is the right pick for them. This is the right move. Jump up and get him before Bill Belichick takes him at 15. Now that makes me wonder if Bill Belichick is going to take Mac Jones at 15 because, that seems like the perfect perfect move for Bill Belichick to make. Now, Patrick, let's swap to the Cowboys here, because this is the Cowboys pick. We need to talk about them for a minute. Even though we did a little bit, their pick is in. I'm waiting on Roger to walk to the. So Micah Parsons at this point is still on the board. You got to go Micah Parsons here, right?
I think you do. Sean Lee was injured quite often, but when he was on the field, he was fantastic. And I think you've got to replace a guy like that. And let's keep in mind, Van Der Esch isn't always healthy either. They drafted him in the first round in 2018, but you can't really count on him right now to be healthy either. So you really got to improve the linebacker room. I know they need corner. I know they need so much on defense. But why not get probably the best player available right now and get Micah Parsons?
Right. I think Parsons. Look, Cowboys defense is terrible, and you can have Dak Prescott back this year, but it's not going to mean squat if he's got to score 40 points to help them win a game. Like, this is an epically bad defense last year, and so I think it makes a lot of sense to me if you go Micah Parsons here.
You can actually see what the trade. Oh, I see the Cowboys pick. So the Giants, which we also need to consider the fact that Dave Gettleman actually traded back. Like, that never happens.
Did Dave Gettleman make a good decision?
I guess everyone's capable of making good decisions.
Well, we can't say it's a good decision until we see what the actual pick is there at the 20 spot. Right. Patrick, let me see.
Let me tell you really quickly before you see this pick. So they obviously get 20 in this year. They get Chicago's first round pick next year.
Ooh, nice.
they get this year's 5th round pick.
Okay.
And then they get next year. So they get next year's 1st and next year's 4th, along with obviously number 20, and then a 5th rounder this year.
You know what? At least on the surface, right now, that's a very good deal for them.
I like that.
And you can see my utter lack of surprise. The pick is in, and it is Micah Parsons, like we thought. And look, that's going to be.
I love that.
That's a great move for them. Again, they need to improve that defense. Have to improve that defense. And so that makes a lot of sense for the Cowboys there at number 12. Now, Patrick, we've got at 13, we've got the Ooh, I did it. Oh, I did it. San Diego Chargers. I said San Diego Chargers, Patrick. We've got the Los Angeles Chargers picking here. And, you know, I'm looking at the board right now. And sure, Caleb Farley's there. Kwity Paye's there. And I know you love Kwity Paye. I know you're a big Kwity Paye guy. And I can.
I already know who this should be.
It's Rashawn Slater. It should be Rashawn Slater.
Because, so
you could maybe make the argument, Patrick.
If didn't have the back issues, for one, he would have already been picked.
Yeah.
So you would probably be looking at like Surtain or J.C. Horn.
You could make the argument for Darisaw here if you wanted to.
But I don't want to.
Fair.
Look, I know we're on YouTube Live. I know that some parents might be watching, but this best describes Rashawn Slater, and I don't apologize for it. He's an ass kicker. He is. He really is. And that is exactly what the Chargers need here. Plus, we talked about earlier how great of a year that Justin Herbert had without a true training camp, without really a true offseason, which would have been crucial to his development because it was his first year in the league. And what did he do? He had one of the best rookie seasons as a quarterback in NFL history. And they didn't even have a great offensive line. And you look what they did in the offseason, and part of their key moves that they made was improving the offensive line. And left tackle is still a real crucial need. So I'm looking at the depth chart here. They have Corey Lindsey, which is a great signing there at center. They already have Brian Bulaga from bringing him in last season. Trey Pipkins at left tackle isn't going to get it done. I mean, they've got guys like right guard. They've got Matt Filer. They've got who do they have at left guard? Ode Ibushi. I think he came from Detroit. But left tackle is absolutely a need here. And sure, like Darisaw, if let's say Slater wasn't here, Darisaw is certainly a nice consolation prize. If you even want to call a guy like Darisaw a consolation prize. But if you want to improve upon what Herbert did last year, if you want to help your new coaching staff build on what you were able to do last year, you get Rashawn Slater.
Yeah, Rashawn Slater seems to me like the number one option here. And again, you could make an argument for Kwity Paye. They could use some edge guys. You could make that argument, but I'm with you. I think Rashawn Slater is a knockout
to me.
home run pick here. And it looks like we're going to be waiting a little bit longer for this pick. For some reason, the Chargers are taking a while to get into it. Maybe they're trying to figure out what all's happened.
Best case scenario?
Could they be working on a trade here? Maybe trading back?
The pick is in now, from what I can see.
Okay.
But for best case scenario, they sure took a long time.
Well, look,
they've got immediate need, and they've got some teams reportedly had Slater as the top tackle over Sewell.
Yeah, for
you to trade back, I'm never going to question that. But
Yeah, I think
I mean, it's a plug and play type guy.
this just makes too much sense to go with Rashawn Slater here because of what they need, and you look again. We talked about it with some of the other quarterbacks. What is one of the things you need to do if you've got a young quarterback? Well, if you've got a young franchise quarterback, one of the best / most important things you can do is protect said young quarterback. And I know we talked about that a little bit differently with Joe Burrow, but now that we're looking at this, it all depends on what you value more. When the pick comes to you, do you take the best player available, or do you go more for a specific position? I think in this case, you take what could be the best player available and also a position of need by taking Rashawn Slater. And so we're at a commercial on ESPN. The pick is in, so we're going to get that here in a bit. So Patrick, let's go. Do you want to look back at any of these picks that maybe we didn't get to spend a lot of time on while we're waiting on this pick to come in? Or do you want to talk about some of these other ones that are coming up? Let's talk maybe about this 15 spot with the New England Patriots that's coming, because now that almost all of your first round quarterback options are for sure gone, depending on what you think of Mac Jones. I know both you and I are a lot lower on Mac Jones than maybe some people are, and then some people are maybe lower on Mac Jones than even we are. But there was talk of maybe the Patriots making a trade, moving up, and selecting a quarterback early. Now, those quarterbacks are all gone. They didn't move up, which honestly, I didn't buy into a whole lot of the idea of them moving up, because that seems like an anti-Patriot move, an anti-Bill Belichick move. He would have been more likely to trade down and pick a quarterback. So, that 15 spot, if you're Bill Belichick, if you're the New England Patriots, do you consider Mac Jones at 15?
I mean, you kind of have to. I mean, they need a future quarterback. I don't think they consider Cam as like a true future quarterback. I mean, what did they do? They re-signed him. Kind of took him a while to re-sign him. But it's only for a year. I think they have mutual interest. Obviously, it's been well known that Cam wanted to be back. But I think Cam wanted to be back mainly because I don't think he had as much of interest elsewhere in the league, especially at starting quarterback. And then the Patriots probably, I mean, as we know now, they wanted to spend money. They probably don't want to spend that type of money at quarterback. But again, they still need like their future guy. They want, I mean, obviously, I mean, who would? They want a guy who, I mean, how long was Tom Brady there? I mean,
Forever.
A million years. They want another quarterback who's there for a million years. Cam's not going to do that.
Can we talk about
Cam's
how terrible Rashawn Slater's suit is?
Do what?
Can we talk about how terrible Rashawn Slater's suit is?
It's not the worst one that I've seen, but it's not great.
I don't know. It's pretty up there with the weird, like, white lapel, but only it's the collar lapel. It's not the side lapels. I don't know suits well enough to know if there's a different name for the top part of the lapel.
I don't know if I own one.
Well, that's true. You don't own one. We had jokingly talked about wearing suits, and then Patrick.
I told you I don't even own a tie.
Lo and behold, Patrick doesn't own a tie.
No, I own a tie.
Doesn't own a suit.
I wore one at my wedding. Of course I own a tie.
You barely own a tie.
I own one tie. Oh, the pick is in.
All right, pick is in, so it's got to be Rashawn Slater. I don't know how it can't be.
Oh, I see a suit now. I don't think it's bad.
I mean, his suit is fine until you look at his collar and you see the white lapels, and you're like,
I like that.
No, it's terrible. It's bad.
I like.
Patrick, it looks like he took a cheap 70s suit and made it worse somehow. And it is Rashawn Slater at that 13th overall pick for the Chargers. And obviously,
it was the pick that needed to be made.
Yeah, we like that pick. It makes a lot of sense, and it should work out pretty well for them in the future. Wow, who is that hugged him and was like 6 inches taller?
I don't know.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Somebody gave him a hug. It must be his dad, and made him look like a tiny baby.
I'm also glad that Fitzgerald was there.
Yeah, that's cool.
How can you not like Fitzgerald?
You don't?
How could you not?
Oh, I was about to say. Well, yeah, I was about to question how you couldn't. Okay, I guess Rashawn Slater's only 6'4", 304 pounds. So if his dad's 6'7", 6'8", that would have made sense.
Makes sense.
Somebody gave him a hug and he looked tiny. But so we're in agreement. I think this is a good pick for them. The right pick at the right spot for sure. And I
say this. We're both in agreement that it needed to be Rashawn Slater, and this is a home run pick. So now we're at Minnesota.
What do you do if you're Minnesota here?
I think for one, I think you need to go offensive line. I think I've seen Minnesota fans not want to do this. But I just think it needs to happen. I know they lost Pat Eflin. So, I mean, left tackle is absolutely a need. You've got Darisaw still there. You could go guard and have Vera Tucker slated at left guard. Because I think the only thing that's really solidified is Garrett Bradbury and Ezra Cleveland being their center and right guard.
Well,
so I think offensive line absolutely needs to happen.
So
you can make the argument that it could be an edge.
Well, look, we made a lot of arguments in the mock draft that it should have been edge. I took Jalen Phillips here. I'm pretty sure this was my pick. I took Jalen Phillips here at 14. And obviously,
trade.
Did they traded it?
We got a trade.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Okay, well now I'm very curious.
Do you want me to tell you who it is? Like who traded up?
Yeah, tell me who it is.
The Jets.
Oh.
Which I'm sure they traded from 23 to 14, which is a big jump.
Yeah. Let me see if I can make this trade happen so I can keep up with it better. Because that's way easier than having to remember that a trade happened. And who is this? The Minnesota Vikings? Where are you? Why can't I find the Minnesota Vikings? Minnesota. There we are. I was looking for an M instead of that. Okay, so they get that. So let's do this. See if I can make the trade happen. It's very easy when you're only doing a one-round mock because if you're
you can trade like anything you want.
Yeah.
Because J2 doesn't matter.
You just got to get right. So look, now that it's the Jets, what do we think is going to happen here? Because maybe are they thinking edge here? Maybe they go Kwity Paye or Jalen Phillips. Could we see them go wide receiver now that they picked up?
So I don't think they would go wide receiver. They could have waited at 23 and gone wide receiver.
Yeah.
Hell, they could have waited till tomorrow and gone wide receiver if they wanted to.
It's got to be edge, right? Unless
you got to look at who's there like right now as far as the top of the board. I mean, they've already got Zach Wilson. So the top of the board, outside of Mac Jones, you've got Jalen Phillips. You've got a guy like Elijah Vera Tucker, Christian Darisaw, Kwity Paye. I think it's going to be I think it's either going to be Vera Tucker or Darisaw. I really do. Probably Elijah Vera Tucker. Let's look at their offensive line. They drafted Mekhi Becton last year. The left tackle was probably solid.
But that's interesting to me, though, that you would trade up that far to get an offensive lineman. Now, I realize that, look, offensive linemen maybe come at a premium to some degree just because of maybe there not being as many that you feel solid about. But, man, if you're going to jump, what is that, 9 spots in the first round, I feel like you've got to make a splash with it.
That's a lot. I don't know if it's going to be edge just because, so you've got Quinnen Williams, who's not an edge. I know that. They signed Carl Lawson in the offseason, which is a pretty big splash. He was one of the top edge free agents that was available. And you brought in some other guys like Jared Davis, Sheldon Rankins. So they still need edge. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know if this is going to be edge. Because they could probably still find a quality edge where they were. So I don't know unless they're just in love with like one guy and they want to make sure they get him.
I mean, it depends on how you rank the rankings.
Like, you're right. It depends on how high you rank certain players.
If you've got Kwity Paye, as the Draft Network does, as their 10th overall player, if you've got the opportunity to get him at 14, maybe you jump and get him at 14. Because I'm trying to think of what what the needs are of the teams behind him. That maybe that would be a guy that would be gone. I mean, we obviously thought that Minnesota was going to go edge, and then they promptly did not, which kind of threw us off a little bit because they decided to make a trade. So that, maybe you're thinking, okay, well, they were going to go edge, so I got to jump up and get the guy before them. And then that doesn't happen because obviously they trade back, so now you don't got to worry about that. So, man, I don't know if any of these, because I think you start looking at what's coming up in the next couple picks, and I think you can make the argument that some of those offensive linemen, especially if you're going to go, I don't feel too bad about it if at 23 I'm getting, let's say your guys don't take him and Tevin Jenkins is still there. I don't feel too bad about going Tevin Jenkins. Or I really don't even feel bad about that late in the first round getting Dylan Redunds because I think he's a good enough offensive lineman that maybe you can make the argument that he could jump into the first round if necessary. You look at what else is around. Obviously, Darisaw is still there. And you bump inside and you get Vera Tucker. You can make the argument for Landon Dickerson if you feel good about how healthy he actually is. But, man, I've got to me, unless you're going to take Caleb Farley because you feel real comfortable about how healthy he is, I just don't see this being like you again. If you're going to jump up that far, I feel like you got to make a little bit of a splash, and an offensive lineman doesn't do it for me.
You mentioned a great dark horse in Caleb Farley. Can I throw out another dark horse name? Just because, it's the Jets. They need literally everything.
Please do.
Can I throw out another dark horse name for you? Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be him at all. But I'm going to throw in a dark horse.
That would be, to me, a little bit better than an offensive lineman. Again, if you're going to make that trade up this far, I don't think you pick an offensive lineman. I think you've got to go.
No.
So Caleb Farley would make a lot of sense to me just because, again, that's a little bit splashier of a pick. I hate to break it to him, NFL, but this draft-a-thon thing is killing me. Just make the pick. This is the one thing I don't like about the draft. We love the draft. But if they would just make the picks when the picks come in, just let the teams tweet it and have a live Twitter feed going that shows all draft picks immediately.
I think they haven't okay, I see who it is.
Rodgers on the field, or on the...
Rodgers on the field.
I know our good buddy Roger is waiting for his first round pick. Speaking of Rodgers, but the Browns, because the Browns are actually a good football team now, Patrick, he's got to learn the pain of what you and I do of having to wait until late in the day. Of course, I don't even have an actual pick this year, so I really have to wait because we're waiting until next year. It's funny they're showing Mac Jones on the screen right now. Not to tip a pick, but that would be wild if they put
two
quarterbacks.
You're not tipping a pick, but you saw what he was doing. Who's picking at 15?
Yep, which is what I've thought all along anyways. And it looks like they just tipped the pick. It is Vera Tucker. So, look, here's why I'm wrong. They move up all this way and then pick an offensive lineman. So, Patrick...
protecting Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
You just gave away. I hate to say like the phrase "gave away," but you just traded away Sam Darnold, so you're starting over fresh with a rookie quarterback, and you're in a New York market where, I mean, if you're going to play bad, they're going to rip you to shreds.
Yeah.
So what do you need to do to make sure that he has the best success possible? You protect him. Also, side note, they just showed Elijah Vera Tucker, and he's in like that white, like short sleeve NFL hoodie.
Yeah.
I have been looking for that thing for years because I want one. I can never find one.
Well, Patrick, you need
In
to
fact,
be.
they just teased it in front of me.
You need to be about 6'7", and
Actually, so I've seen it once. I should rephrase that. I've seen it once. Whenever I was in Nashville for the draft, we were in one of the like fan shops that they had like created, and there was some there, and I considered getting one, and I wish I would have, and I didn't, and I'm never gonna be able to get one ever again.
well, you know, I think we're looking now moving on to the Patriots because I think that was a good move on their part to go ahead and get them to get an offensive lineman. We talk about the splash and that not being much of one, but like you said, you got to protect your guy, and so the Jets picking up Elijah Vera Tucker, and now
right now
this puts the Patriots on. The pick's already in, and we joked somewhat. We joked pretty early on, I think, even in this process, that Mac Jones to the Patriots, if a quarterback was going to go in the first round named Mac Jones, that the Patriots made absolutely the most amount of sense because he is very Tom Brady-esque. He's not necessarily great at anything, but one of the things that you hear all the time is that he digests playbooks very, very well, and that's part of the reason he was so good at Alabama was his ability to digest the playbook and learn what was going on. So I'm not going to be super surprised if that is the pick here. We joked about them maybe trading up for him. That didn't happen. So if they do get him here, but they need a lot of things. They need some wide receiver help for sure. But I think maybe you could argue again, as we have, that you could later in the draft. There's a lot of depth at receiver this year. This is a pretty deep wide receiver class, and so maybe you go second, third, fourth round, somewhere in there. Maybe you get a wide receiver, and we've got our first pet appearance on the draft. My little kitten, little is the wrong word. My giant cat Smitten has made his first appearance on this. Which honestly, look, we're 2 hours in, 2 hours and 15 minutes in, and I am shocked that it took this long for a kitten to come around. And there it is, Patrick. It's Mac Jones, the most New England Patriots pick the New England Patriots could have picked.
And how perfect is this? They get the quarterback of their future. They don't have to trade up. Which, I mean, Patriots have... Can you tell me the last time they've traded up in a draft? If they're going to trade, they trade down.
Right.
But this offseason, they've really done a lot of things that they're not used to doing. One of them, majority, is spending a lot of money, which they don't really do, but they definitely did this year. So I think that was why people are like, well, if they're going to do that, what if they do trade up? What if they have to? But in this case, they don't, which is perfect. So they get Mac Jones. We were both in agreement that if Mac doesn't go anywhere in the first round, he needs to go to New England.
Yeah.
So now, this is another guy that's probably not going to play this year. Cam's probably going to play all of 2021.
See, I disagree with that. I actually think that I think Cam maybe plays 6 games now. Look, Cam was terrible last year. And look, is Mac Jones ready? I actually think Mac Jones is probably one of the more NFL-ready quarterbacks out of this group. Is he a spectacularly ready NFL quarterback? No. But you look at what his playbook was at Alabama. You look at the style of offense they ran at Alabama, and it is very similar to me at least, to what Tom Brady and the Patriots ran for years and years and years. And in that sense. Now, look, they obviously need a lot of help at wide receiver. They have 87,000 tight ends. But what do? You go out and get a quarterback who played at a school that uses tight ends, and obviously he had the wide receiver. He's an underrated deep ball thrower. I think he's not got the arm strength of maybe Kyle Trask or Trey Lance or any of those guys. I think his arm strength is maybe just average, but he can absolutely. I think he can absolutely start because I don't think Cam Newton's that good. And obviously he wasn't last year. And if you ask me to look at that quarterback roster and say who do I think can win me more football games, at this point I think it's Mac Jones.
All I can think of when I see Mac Jones is that meme of him where he said that he looks like a Lego guy.
Oh, absolutely.
I just saw him, and he looked 100% like a Lego guy.
Like you imagine if he takes that hat off and he's just got the little button nub on the top. It just there's no hair there.
Just like a Lego person.
He doesn't get a haircut. He just takes his head off or his hair off and moves.
That's like you have to pull it real tight so that way it like unhooks.
He's got to actually snap down his helmet.
Yeah.
You've never seen Mac Jones lose his helmet in the course of a football game because it snaps on onto the little button on top of his head. Look at him, Lego looking man. Get out of here.
He's honest.
Which a Lego.
He's honestly. He seems like he would be like a real awkward person to be around. Even the video, like if you've seen the video of him like in the club where he's totally hammered, he's really awkward even when he's drunk too.
So here's the thing that scares me about this, Patrick, is that Mac Jones to me, I'm gonna do it. He seems so much like Tom Brady in that he's coming out of college. He's awkward. He's not in the best shape. Like. He looks doofy. Like, what do we all know about Mac Jones or Tom Brady? We all, obviously all the Super Bowls and whatnot, but we all remember that picture of him at the NFL Combine. And, of course, he wore it as a shirt, which was absolutely hilarious. But now you think, like, that is going to be, like, that could be Mac Jones because where he's going is a perfect setup, not roster construction maybe, but it is a perfect setup in terms of coach and philosophy for him to succeed. Now, we can talk about that a little bit more. We can talk about that a little bit more later, but the Cardinals pick's already in, so we do need to mention where they're going. They need corner, so maybe you might have thought corner. Maybe they go Caleb Farley here. Linebacker is a need. It's not a huge need, but maybe you go Kwity Paye since he's still available, or Jalen Phillips. What are you thinking here?
I'm going to be really happy with this.
Well, I've got Roger walking to the podium, so maybe I will find out the answer here in a second of who he is going to announce.
Your reaction on this pick.
Okay, let's see. Because this is in division for me, and I already don't like that the Cardinals have gotten a lot better. Ooh!
Your boy.
No!
Boy.
I say no like that only because Zaven Collins out of Tulsa is the pick, and I love Zaven Collins. I think he's a very good player. I think for me, like he is that perfect mix of he can play linebacker, he can rush the quarterback, he can do everything he needs to do from the quarterback position. So from the linebacker spot, he can drop down on the line of scrimmage and rush the passer real well. I really, really like Zaven Collins. I'm upset that he is now in my division.
Yeah, everybody for a while is mocking a corner. But, you've had a run on corners. And honestly, like, within the last week or so, it's been said, like, with the latest medicals that have come out, Farley's probably going to make a free fall. And we're seeing that, which it's not like I think he's still going to be a first-round pick. Don't get me wrong. But I didn't expect him to be available here at 17. So I'm not surprised that with a team that needed corner really bad, ended up taking like what really was probably like their second biggest need, which is a linebacker. And I heard Benjamin Solak from the Draft Network recently mock Zaven Collins to Arizona. And, I mean, he gave a really, really great example, which I mean, if you're going to talk about, like, draft guys, a guy like Solak, I really enjoy listening to him on podcasts and stuff. He's one of my favorite, like, draft follows on Twitter. But he gave a really, really great explanation as far as Zaven Collins to Arizona, especially after they drafted Isaiah Simmons last year, which they're both linebackers, but they're two completely different linebackers. And Isaiah Simmons, I think he's going to have an improvement from last year, which, I mean, with what he did in college, he played so many different positions because Clemson lined him up all over the field. I don't know if Arizona did him any favors because I don't think they used him the best way possible. But I mean, Collins is a true linebacker. I mean, he can cover, but I mean, this is going to be a guy who is going to just control the middle of that field. So I really love this pick for Arizona.
Yeah, I think for me, this is a little bit upsetting only because it stays in division. But I love this pick and what look at who he's now going to be behind and get to learn from. Not necessarily behind, but like behind on the field. He's going to get to learn from J.J. Watt, which is not a bad thing at all. So Patrick, that I think we can both agree that's a good pick for them, especially with the corners that were available at the time. Let's move on now to pick 17, where we have the Los Angeles Raiders. I almost said that wrong. A lot of needs here. Again, maybe not as heavy of a needs as some of the earlier teams, but this is a team that's not necessarily close to being a contender, I guess would be the nice way to put it. What do you think they do here? If you're a Raiders GM or if you're in the front office, what are you thinking?
If you draft anything other than offensive line, you need to be fired. You do. Because you're in best case scenario. So you certainly need a right tackle. You got the best right tackle in the class available. Tevin Jenkins, another certified 100% ass kicker.
Yeah.
Is available at right here, which this is another spot as far as mocks where Tevin Jenkins goes to the Raiders every single time for me. Every single time.
So if you're the Raiders, you're taking him over Christian Darrisaw?
Yeah, because they got Colton Miller at left, and they already gave him an extension. So I don't think with the way he's developed, and after that, I don't think, I don't know. I don't think Darrisaw. If anything, Darrisaw would. If you're going to draft him there, you would kick him in at guard before you put him in at right. But if you want to really get another tackle guy, why not get a solidified right tackle on Tevin Jenkins and get the best one?
Well, I think that the thing for me is that I think if you can get a guy who can start at left tackle, he can absolutely start at right tackle, right? Like, it's not always you can't necessarily draft a right tackle, a good right tackle, and move him to left tackle because that's your quarterback's blind spot. But you can do left to right a little bit easier. And so I think if you think Darrisaw is the better offensive tackle and you're going to play anybody at tackle, you take him and play him on the right side instead of the left. I think Tevin Jenkins, I could see him being a guy that maybe you take at tackle, but you bump in to play guard. That if you've got a decent tackle, you bump him in and play him at guard. Now, looking at what's left, it's got to. I mean, the simple answer is it has to be offensive line. What they did this offseason, getting rid of the guys they've got rid of.
What?
Uh-oh. Pick is in. Rodgers coming up to the.
I'm not spoiling anything because typical Raider fashion, they don't know how to do anything.
So, did they pick the speediest wide receiver left on? Did the ghost of Al Davis make this pick?
Mm,
Now I'm real curious. Is it Elijah Moore? Alex Leatherwood. Wait, what? Okay. So is this this is our first big
what the actual hell? What ass.
So I mean, look, this is
They're going to have to kick him in at right, or even kick him inside. I think if they're going to make an argument here, it's potentially kick him in inside at guard, and you have a really good guard.
so.
But I mean, you probably could have done that with Darisaw if you wanted to go that route.
Well, I'll put it this way, Patrick. I think that this pick to me, I'm not going to say makes sense, but I think I see what they're doing here. What they've done is they've picked a guy. What did we say they needed, Patrick? We said they needed an entire offensive line, right? So they went out and picked a guy who can play every position on the offensive line, right? Like, that's the one thing you can say about him, whether it's whether this is way too early or not, is that he's a guy who can play either one of the tackle positions or he could play either one of the guard spots. And I think you try him out at right tackle first, and if that doesn't work out, you bump him inside and move him and play him at guard. And look, in that sense, he's got a lot of tools. He's a pretty good lineman. I just think it's interesting that, you look at what's available, that you would take a shot at him this early when you probably could have got him second round if you really, really wanted him. And potentially even down into the third round, you could have got him.
I will say selfishly, this is starting to play out like best case scenario for Indianapolis. So you've got the Dolphins, who their pick is in. Washington, they could go in a number of different directions. And then you've got the Giants at 20. And you've still got Darisaw and Jenkins. So, starting to feel pretty good. Now, if we've got three, counting this Dolphins pick, which is in, you got 3 picks before you've got Indy picking at 21. If both of them are picked before 21, I still really hope that they trade back. I really hope that they trade back.
Okay, so let's talk this Dolphins pick real quick. Edge is one of their big needs. Jalen Phillips is still sitting on the board. So is Kwity Paye. And you think, man, Miami to Miami, not a very long trip. Do they go for Jalen Phillips here, or do you think? I mean, look, obviously it's who do you have higher on your board between Kwity Paye and Jalen Phillips, but it would make it would seem to be a good move to go after an edge player here.
I mean, it would, but what was I talking about at 6 when Sewell was available at 6? And I was really starting to hype up Sewell being there as the pick. And you got Darisaw available, who can help protect Tua, which is still your franchise quarterback. And you've already gave him a weapon that he's very familiar with. But you could really make that argument. But I've just seen the pick. Spoiler, it's not Darisaw.
So that means to me that it's probably going to be a defensive, an edge player here, which makes me lean towards it being Jalen Phillips. Because I have him higher on my board than you do, because you have Kwity Paye here. But Roger is currently making the pick, and it's Jalen Phillips. There he is. Very, very short trip. I like the Miami Dolphin, friend of the pod, by the way, Jalen Phillips. I like the guy that brought the Miami Dolphins and Miami Hurricane flag to the draft with him.
That's amazing. It's incredible. But they really, you said it, they really needed some edge help there. They don't have anyone that can really, other than Emmanuel Agua, who they brought in last year, who I think they still really enjoy. But, I mean, Jalen Phillips now is going to be that complementary piece to Emmanuel Ogbah to help get some of those turnovers and get some sacks there, because they're still in position. I mean, the Bills are great. Let's not get me wrong. The Bills now own that division, but Dolphins are still like in prime position to wreak havoc in the division, to cause problems, and to be like a wild card for years to come.
Yeah, I really like that move for them, and again, it makes a lot of sense. They've made a lot of offensive picks over the last couple of years, and really trying to build that up. And you got to remember, Brian Flores, at the end of the day, is defensive-minded coach. You get a guy like that still on this for your second pick, especially after addressing the wide receiver need earlier. Just seems like a smart move. Patrick, let's move on to the Washington football team. I know in our mock draft, we had them trade up and get Trey Lance. Definitely did not happen. But now you look at the board, you look at their needs, and once again, we bring him up. We're going to probably keep bringing him up until he gets picked. Christian Darrisaw sitting there still. Tevin Jenkins obviously still on the board.
I don't want to mention him because I'm hoping that Washington maybe goes with a guy who I've also liked for them to get, which is Owusu Koramoah. They can help. Needs some help at linebacker.
Yeah. You mentioned Koramoah earlier. Owusu Koramoah earlier, and I think this would be a spot that makes a lot of sense for them as well. It's maybe a guy
here, but all Giants at 20.
Well, I think about Koramoah here because who's the coach?
I mean, you've got a very great defensive-minded coach in Rivera.
Right. And you look at Jeremiah Owusu Koramoah, and you look at what he's good at, and you want to look at his tape and his skills and his measurables and tell me that Ron Rivera is not probably salivating over a guy like that to put him in his defense and see what he can do. And you're going to be – I'm not going to say set, but I think you're fine with Ryan Fitzpatrick to run it for a year and see what happens. And then maybe you can look quarterback next year, or maybe you look later on and get maybe a Kellen Mond, or a Kyle Trask later on. Kyle Trask, actually, to me, Sneaky really loved the idea of them getting Kyle Trask later on and having him learn from Ryan Fitzpatrick, and you can have Fitzpatrick believe that he's got a full year to play quarterback, and Kyle Trask not have to be pushing him to be starting this season. I like that a lot. So I think you can address quarterback later. Obviously, we're kind of done with the first round guys at this point now that Mac Jones is off the board. So to me, Koramoah makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so I'm still trying to find out the details on the Jets trade. I haven't seen any details yet. I mean, I would just freaking assume they traded their second first rounder. Washington's pick is in, which we'll see it after the commercial, I'm sure. Oh, okay. Here are some details. Looks like the Vikings got pick 23, which we expected, 66 and 86. And then the Jets got 14 and then 143. Vikings got a pretty solid haul there.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Like I like that quite a bit. I think what's probably going to happen now, depending on who's on the board, they're probably going to go. They'll probably go edge. I think they're at 23.
Yeah, especially if Kwity Paye is still there.
Kwity is definitely still there. I think they would go edge because I don't think any lineman that they would want is going to be there at 23. Just because there's too many teams who could potentially take a lineman. Like Washington could take one. The Giants could technically take one. Indy needs one. Steelers technically could take one. Well, the Steelers are right after them, but
They could still take one, Patrick.
oh, okay.
Okay.
So I just saw Washington pick.
Okay. So now we get the.
I'm not terribly surprised by that one.
Okay, so that's.
But I'm really okay. So now I'm getting pretty jazzed.
So what you're saying is it's absolutely not an offensive lineman. See, you're bad. You're not good at this not tipping somewhat of picks. Let's see.
I didn't tell you who it was.
Oh, Jamin Davis. Okay.
A real tradey type of guy.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing. And look,
but it's a linebacker. It's a linebacker who we were really talking about as an option.
And here's the deal with this. I actually, of all the teams to pick that could have picked him, maybe this is probably the best landing spot for him. Why? Again, because we mentioned who the coach is. You've got Ron Rivera, and Ron Rivera, if there's one thing that he's been very good at in the league, other than just kind of being consistent, is he's obviously a very defensive-minded coach. He's done a very good job with defenses and a very good job developing linebackers. I mean, look at Luke Kuechly. Obviously, we knew Luke Kuechly was going to be good, but Luke Kuechly ended up being one of the two best middle linebackers of the decade with Bobby Wagner. And again, not that that's where this guy is. Jamin Davis has a lot to do before he's at that route. He is, as you mentioned, he's a very traitsy guy. He's got the skills. He tests really well, but he's kind of a one.
He only started 1 year.
Right. He's a one-hit wonder in that sense. And so you always worry about a guy whose production just was not there, and then all of a sudden he has one good year. And then you've got to make the step up from college football to the NFL. You worry a little bit that may be a bit too much of a big step for him. And look, we talk about this a lot with quarterbacks, and maybe it's time we start talking about this a lot with some of these other positions. A lot of your quarterbacks end up being good because they started for a long time in college football. That's why a lot of smaller school or a lot of guys at non-traditional power schools end up being good quarterbacks. And, there may be something to that. I think there is at the quarterback position. And maybe there's something we should look at with other positions such as linebackers. A guy who's a flash in the pan 1 year maybe isn't the best option in the first round. But Ron Rivera taking a traitsy linebacker, I might hate that more if it was a different coach than Ron Rivera.
What I find interesting here, so obviously we have the Giants that traded back from 11 to 20. And they still have like 3.5 minutes. But I'm kind of surprised that they don't have a pick in already.
Well, why don't you then, Patrick, why don't you tell us what you think maybe they should be looking for? If you're the Giants, who are you running to the booth to get this in?
So, I had, even at 11, countless times, having them take Owusu Koromoa. Because that's one position they really need. If you listen to a lot of draft analysts or guys who have some actual sources, because I'm sorry, but we don't, apparently the Giants really love Christian Darrisaw. Not Christian Darrisaw, I'm sorry, Christian Barmore. They love the front guys. What does Gettleman love? He loves his hog mollies. I would consider Barmore a hog molly type.
Gettleman loves anybody who's fat.
Gettleman does love some fat. But that is a position of need. Because they did lose a defensive tackle. So Barmore could plug in.
Patrick,
Maybe a plug and play type on that defensive line.
Let me ask you this. What do you think about Rashad Bateman or Terrace Marshall here?
I
Because look, and here's why I asked that. Because this is a make or break year for Daniel Jones, which means this is a make and break year for this offense. Because you've also got to think Saquon Barkley, who's been injured a bunch. This is kind of if this offense is going to succeed in this iteration of the offense, they've got to have a good year this year. And wide receiver is definitely an area that they need to improve. They were terrible at it last year. I realize they've got some pieces this offseason that make it a little bit better. But, Rashad Bateman's sitting there, Terrace Marshall's sitting here, and maybe you start thinking, maybe we should, even maybe a Kadarius Toney might be a guy that you look at to say, hey, we need a spark. We need somebody that can do something when he gets the ball to him. Did the clock just restart? Okay, ESPN messed up. The pick is in. They accidentally restarted the clock. I was like, wait, how did they get an extra 10 minutes?
Like, whenever the pick is officially in, they restart it for some reason.
I guess because it's the clock starting for the next team, which would make sense. Man, I don't know what you do here if you're the Giants. I agree with you. Linebacker makes sense to me. Koromoa then being a guy. Edge makes a lot. Would be a good spot for them to take. Kwity Paye is still there. Again, I know you and the Draft Network guys are way higher on Kwity Paye than I was. This is about where I would have thought he would have gone a couple spots after Jalen Phillips.
You mentioned this being a crucial year for the offense, and for Daniel Jones. What about a lineman?
I mean, sure. This is again kind of one of those teams that can use a lot of things. Darisaw's there. Your boy Tevin Jenkins is here.
You love Jenkins.
And again, who was it we were talking about on the inside? Landon Dickerson's here. I don't know if they specifically need a center. And again, there's some health concerns there, or some injury concerns, some durability concerns. Caleb Farley's here. Could this be a spot where we maybe see Caleb Farley finally go? There's a lot of options, which is great if you're a team like the New York Giants and you're sitting at 20 and you look at I'm using the player rankings from the Draft Network because we like them. They're generally the way they do draft rankings. I really like and trust them a little bit more. So they've got your best players available: Caleb Farley, Kwity Paye, Christian Darrisaw, and then Rashad Bateman. And then I think right after that is Koromoa. So those are all guys we've mentioned as those are guys they could use right here. Here comes Roger to the podium. So now let's see who he's actually going to announce. Again, this is the Giants at spot 20. And then, Patrick, you're going to get to talk for a bit because we're going to talk about the Indianapolis Colts. So you're hoping Kadarius Toney. There it is. What I said. What I tell you.
You mentioned it here, and
here's the trick though, Patrick. If you eventually just mention every wide receiver,
someone's going to get
the next 5 wide receivers. You might be right.
So let me throw this scenario at you because they picked a wide receiver. A lot of people had them picking wide receiver. No one had them picking Kadarius Toney because no one anticipated the Giants ever making a trade. Having said that, so they have Kenny Golladay. They have Darius Slayton. They just brought in John Ross, who I don't think is a lock to make the roster. But they still have Sterling Shepard as well. Could you see them moving on from Sterling Shepard?
Yes, I could see that being the case. But look, here's the thing about Kadarius Toney is that I think you almost consider him a swing player in the sense of I think he's going to take some pressure off of Saquon Barkley actually, and so maybe he doesn't straight up replace a Sterling Shepard. Maybe John Ross I don't think is making this roster now because they're kind of Kadarius Toney.
Even when they brought in, I'm like, well, he's absolutely not a lock,
right?
At all.
And I think now that you bring in Kadarius Toney, who is a track star, I think you're talking about a guy who could maybe do that. But look, this to me is a case of, is he the best receiver available? I don't think he was. You look at some of those other, I wasn't huge on Kadarius Toney, Rashad Bateman, Terrace Marshall. Rondell Moore is basically Kadarius Toney 2.0 in a lot of ways. They're very similar players. But Kadarius Toney, it's very much a guy that Daniel Jones needs. Why? Because Daniel Jones needs a guy who can catch the ball and do something with it after. And Daniel Jones didn't have to throw it 30 yards down the field to make it happen. Daniel Jones needs guys. That felt weird to say. Daniel Jones needs guys who can catch the ball underneath and do something with, and really provide a spark. And I think Kadarius Toney can be that guy. So if you're going to go wide receiver, and you're the Giants, that seems at least semi-smart. Again, I'm not. He's got a little bit of the dropsies at times, and so that's maybe a bit of a question mark for me. But it is what it is. They, again, make or break year for Daniel Jones, and I think that's what we're looking at is them trying to say, okay, well, we're going to give Daniel Jones the best opportunity that we possibly can to succeed this year. That being said, Patrick, let's move on to 21, where we've got the Indianapolis Colts, your Indianapolis Colts. And Patrick, the floor is yours.
Indianapolis. Chris Ballard. I know you're listening. We have a tremendous left tackle still available that no one thought would be available at 21. And Christian Darrisaw. We've seen too many teams that need a left tackle pass on one, which tells me tomorrow there could be a big run on offensive tackles. So if you don't take an offensive tackle right now, you're going to get one who's not going to be great. And then you're going to wonder why Carson Wentz isn't doing the things that you thought that he would. Why? Because he's not being protected the way that you need him to be. Because you didn't pick a premier left tackle in this draft. The pick is in. So then trade. There's two tackles on this board that I really liked. One of them that I never thought would be available. If they weren't here, I really would have wanted them to trade. But we've got two great selections here. I would rather have Darrisaw just because he is a pure left. Tevin Chingas would be nice just because he is a tackle. I think he's athletic enough that he's capable of switching over to left. I think if you're talking about guys who would need to make that transition from one into the other, I think he could easily do that. So if it's him, I'm also perfectly fine with that. But if it's anything other than those two, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Well, let's look down the road a little bit. We'll assume maybe that they go tackle here. What else do you guys need from this draft that you can really look at and go, okay, well, we've got our offensive lineman. Now what do we need to do based off of what's I mean, again, I think you're going to go offensive tackle here. It would be unintelligent not to.
I agree.
But what? I feel like you need Russell Wilson on the screen.
Hey.
Walter Payton Man of the Year. You realize we don't get a pick, though, right?
But, I mean, you could definitely go, like, edge.
Would you be upset if you got Kwity Paye right here?
Yes.
You would?
Yes.
Even though that's your boy?
Even though it's my boy. You know why? Because he's not protecting Carson Wentz.
Okay, but best player available.
Best player available is Christian Darrisaw, in my opinion.
Okay. I mean, I don't disagree with you. I'm just playing a little bit of devil's advocate while my boy Russ talks about
with Evan Jenkins and Christian Darrisaw still available. If they go Kwity Paye, I will be pissed. If they weren't available and they didn't trade out and picked him, I would understand it because I've seen so many repeated mocks have that happen. But we've got best case and second best case right here. And then if they blatantly ignore a tremendous hole at left tackle, and go anywhere else, I will be highly upset.
Well, so when somebody, one of my old coworkers messaged me today because they're all obviously getting ready to be slammed by the draft.
And you're
for the next, and I'm not. I get to be here instead. So yay! One of the many reasons I'm thankful for my wife. But he texted me earlier and said, I heard rumor that Aaron Rodgers might get traded and that it could end up in a 3-team deal that sends Russ to Chicago and Aaron Rodgers to Seattle. And I said, that better not happen or I will have a meltdown live on TV. So let's see if Patric's going to have a meltdown. He will probably tip this pick for me. Roger is making the long, lonely walk out to the microphone currently, and we will see what the Indianapolis Colts do at number 21. At first I thought the chair was a cool idea. Patric's running away, so this must not be. Can we just talk about Patric while you're upset? And I am sure I'm about to understand why. I really enjoy that the guy who is sitting in Roger Goodell's chair for this pick was dressed like playoff. Was that playoff Tony Dungy or playoff Jim Mora? And it is Kwity Paye. This is hilarious. Oh, Patric, we need you to come back. Patric, here's the deal. This is on you. And you know why? Because you put Kwity Paye above our boy, friend of the pod, Jalen Phillips. And this is now draft karma coming back to get you.
I'm speechless.
Look, let's look on the bright side, Patric.
Speech.
And I know that you're a little upset about this pick, but let's assume now that since Christian Darrisaw has slid this far, let's assume that people know something that we don't, right? Whether it's injury history or just something throughout the draft process that's tanked him this far. Not that he's that far, granted, down the list in general. But Patric, I think there's enough guys that you could maybe fill that position later on. And look, if there's an issue with either one of those guys, maybe that's what you're seeing here, is that they're saying, hey, we're going to take the best player available. We're going to get a legit edge rusher and be able to put pressure on the quarterback. We've got a good enough offensive line there that maybe we think we can do something. We can work around the one hole we have.
The one hole you have is the left tackle. That's the biggest hole that you have. Look, I'm obviously not happy about it. If Kwity Paye turns out to be a tremendous edge rusher, then I'll turn around.
Now, Patric, you say that. You, a couple weeks ago, were singing the praises of Kwity Paye. You were drafting him higher a couple weeks ago. I was
singing those praises, not thinking he would be an Indianapolis Colt whenever you have guys like freaking Christian Darrisaw and Tevin Jenkins on the board. Look, this is if tomorrow comes around and they don't make some type of trade, because remember, they don't have a third-round pick, which I don't hate. So, if they end up being able to take someone like Liam Eichenberg or Dylan Radins tomorrow in round 2, then I will completely turn around.
Well, look, and that's kind of the thing. That's what I'm kind of getting at, is that I think that there are less world-beating edge players in this draft, and I think there are more solid starting offensive tackles in this draft that you can maybe work with. I mean, Dylan Radins is still there. Eichenberg's still there. I realize maybe it wouldn't work out the best, but maybe you trade down a spot and get a third rounder tomorrow, and then you get, let's say, Spencer Brown or something later in the third, or even maybe a Stone Forsythe, who maybe aren't as good as what Christian Darrisaw looks like on paper, but maybe that is a spot that you can do something with. Whereas I think if you look at the edge list, you start once you get past, even really Gregory Rousseau maybe being the last of the ones that, even then, Aziz Ojulari.
Part of me wonders if the Colts have done. I mean, I'm sure they've done plenty of homework on the tackles, but I wonder if maybe they're taking liking at somebody like Walker Little.
Yeah, that's what look. If there's one thing that I trust from the Colts, Patrick, it's their ability to draft offensive linemen and their ability to find a good offensive line. And so I'm a little bit going to lean on their side with this over that. Now, Patrick, I'm going to tell you what. Since we've got a little bit of time here, Tennessee still hasn't quite made their pick. They could go wide receiver here, so we might see Rashad Bateman come off the board. We're going to take a teeny tiny little break because we've got, 10 picks left after this, which they're going to start going a little bit quicker here, hopefully towards the back end of this. So we're going to take a break, and we will be right back. All right, and we are back, and we just had a pick, Patrick, and it was the Tennessee Titans, so division rival for you, and it was the recently back surgeried Caleb Farley.
I mean, I told you he was probably going to slide because if he's healthy, he's the best corner. What do the Titans really need? They have positions that, I mean, they're a good team, but they have positions that, like, since they're a need, they're a giant need. One of their very biggest needs is corner and wide receiver. And they just took, when healthy, the best corner. So, I'm scared.
Well, and I think you're right. This is a very much a wait and see pick. If he comes back and he doesn't have any lingering back issues, this is a slam dunk steal of the first round. If he doesn't, this is kind of one of those you look at and you go, okay, well, you could have gotten an offensive lineman. You could have got a wide receiver like Rashad Bateman. And so then maybe you question it a little bit because, again, this is a fairly deep corner class. There's guys, obviously Greg Newsome probably wouldn't be there, but you start rolling around in the second round, you start looking at a guy like Ifeadi Melifonwu, and maybe Asante Samuel Jr., so you get some guys there who are still good enough at corner that maybe you could see that being a thing. But again, if healthy, Caleb Farley probably would have been a top 5, top 10 pick for sure. But here he is at 22, and so your division once again, Patrick, gets a little bit tougher potentially. Now we've got this pick at 23 that is the Minnesota Vikings. They traded down with the Jets to get here. What do we think they do here? Because this is, let's see what's left on the board that we're looking at again, which might be different from the ones, well, it's for sure different than Mel Kiper's. But we've got Christian Darrisaw still on the board. You got Rashad Bateman. You got Koromoa. You got Baron Browning, who the Draft Network really, really likes. I don't know if I would have him as high up there, but they really like him. Azeez Ojulari, Travis Etienne's here, Najee Harris, who's starting to get down a little bit farther, Terrace Marshall, Trevin Morig out of TCU, safety, Tevin Jenkins, of course, there, Gregory Rousseau, we mentioned Greg Newsome, Landon Dickerson, Dylan Radins, Liam Eichenberg, Javonte Williams. Those are some of the guys left. The guy from Washington, the defensive lineman, and then Rondell Moore. Oh, yeah, I'll let you keep saying it. So there's a lot of good players still on the board, even a lot of good players that are first rounders still on the board, for sure. What do you think the Vikings do now that they've traded down and are in this spot and have this pick?
Well, whenever they were first on the clock, I mentioned that they really had some glaring holes on offensive line, and not much has changed as far as the offensive line board from when they were originally on the clock and when they're here now. So if they wanted to go that route, it's absolutely the best case scenario. So they could go left tackle. Darrisaw's still here. Other needs they have, edge is a need. There are some medical concerns with a guy like Azeez Ojulari. For some reason, I can't say his name today. But, I mean, just like a guy like Caleb Farley, if you have your medical team looking at a guy like Azeez and can pass him and think that, I think it was his knee, but if you think his medicals are fine, go and take him. This is about where he was probably going to land anywhere, is this mid-20s. I feel like Minnesota's always looking at corners. I don't think that's just the most pressing need. Looking at their depth chart right now, they've got defensive tackle lineup with Dalvin Tomlinson. They're probably their biggest free agent signing. I mean, edge is definitely one of the biggest needs. They could definitely boost the O line. But pick us in here.
Picks in for me too. I wonder if
About to make the selection.
You look at what they need. Other than maybe if they were to go Christian Darrisaw here, they could use a tackle. That based off what's left, again, I think the biggest drop off at a position currently of their need is probably edge. You got Azeez Ojulari, and then it drops to Gregory Rousseau, and then it drops to Joe Tryon, and then drops to Jason Owe. So you start dropping very, very quickly in terms of what you like for value at that position. So let's see, they're making the pick. Let's see, Christian Darrisaw it is. So there is your offensive tackle. Christian Darrisaw finally going off the board. I think that's a bit of a shock that he was still available at this point in time.
You think about what happened for Minnesota here.
You could have picked Christian Darrisaw.
They could have easily picked him at like 13, 14. Instead, they trade back all the way to 23. And he still is there. And left tackle is one of their top needs. Tackle, guard, and probably edge. He's still available there at 23. Not only that, but you pick up a couple of day 2 picks. That's a freaking slam dunk. Dalvin Cook is a big fan of that. I'm sure that, honestly, everyone on the offense is a big fan of that. Fantasy-wise, that's big. If you're picking up somebody like Dalvin Cook, Cousins, Jefferson, Steelers pick is already in.
Wow, they wasted no time.
Well, this could be the Najee pick.
That's been something that I've heard a lot of, and it just doesn't make sense to me. Because
it makes perfect sense to me.
I don't think it does. Because I think you've got enough issues. Tevin Jenkins makes more sense to me. Because I think you need that. That offensive line has seen a lot of people go. Landon Dickerson even makes more sense to me. Because, again, running back, this is purely a difference in how you and I probably view running backs anyways.
Sure.
But I just think they have so many needs that aren't running back that they could address. They lost corner Mike Davis. They lost interior offensive lineman and outside. They need tackle and inside guys. They could use an edge guy. They could use a running back, sure. But I think, man, you look at what's available later. You could get Trey Sermon later. You can get you're probably not going to get Javonte Williams late in the second, but you can get Michael Carter. You could get Kenneth Gainwell. You can get plenty of guys later on. Chris Evans, Ramondre Stevenson. You can get...
You made great backs. You did. But with their depth chart, you've really just named off a bunch of similar guys in those respected drafts that they already have. And their rushing game was one of the league's worst. So if you wait and get one of those guys, you got the Anthony McFarland of 2020. You got the Benny Snell of 2019.
Okay, but who's
do another one of those late round guys.
Who's blocking for him?
Do what?
Who's blocking for Najee Harris?
If you wait. Maybe a Dylan Radins, maybe a Brady Christensen, Stone Forsythe.
Dylan Radins is not going to be there when you get.
Yeah, I know, because hopefully Indy freaking takes him tomorrow in round 2.
Najee Harris, there it is.
He won't there.
I mean, I like that is he wearing a turtleneck? Of course he's wearing a turtleneck and a velvet suit. So Najee Harris is the pick. Look, I don't dislike the player. I dislike the pick for that team at that spot. I think that's where I sit on this, is that if you look at what they have on their offensive line, and then you look at what they have in their backfield, you look at who their quarterback is, like, you've got to start preparing for the future a little bit, and the best way to do that is to actually have a good offensive line. I love Najee Harris as a back. I think he's a pure 3-down back. He can do everything. He can catch the ball in the backfield. He can block. He can obviously run the ball real well. But, I mean, look, again, it's a running back. You're drafting a running back probably for 3-4 years of production. Maybe you get lucky and you get a Frank Gore. Maybe you get lucky and you get an Adrian Peterson who can last years and years and years. But those guys bounce around teams. And the reason they bounce around teams is because running backs can be found. And, again, that's not a knock at Najee Harris, but that is a knock when you have a team that has a completely decimated offensive line and you really need to rebuild it. I just don't see how that. I mean, you watch the highlights of Najee Harris, and sure, he's great, he's spectacular. He's going to have to do all these things that he does when he's got the best offensive line in college football, when he doesn't have the best offensive line in the NFL, because nobody's going to be blocking for him.
Well, first off, I'm telling Kevin Dotson and Chimuka Okafor that you think they suck. So be ready for that. They're coming after you.
I don't think they suck.
I'll also I'm telling my boy Zach Banner too, and he's going to eat your lunch. So be ready for that in the next coming days. I hear I hear that they're not nice people.
Okay, but Patrick, didn't you just say that their running game last year was terrible?
Yeah, I did.
And their offensive line got worse.
Have the rock in order for the running game to improve.
No,
and that's the best running back.
Sure, that's the best. We might even argue on that a little bit. But Najee Harris has less miles on him, so I like Najee Harris better than Etienne just because of that.
Then I hope you're arguing for Javonte Williams. But I still think Najee's better. And I can see why you would want to pick Javonte Williams because of the mileage issue.
Yeah, you start again. You look at what that offensive line is, and I worry about this setup. You've got an aging quarterback who is somewhat. I
still don't understand why they freaking brought him back. Let's just get that out of the way. Why do they bring him back?
Because honestly,
they're not going to win this year, and that's going to be his last year. So what's the freaking point?
Well, look, here's the problem. Honestly, I think you bring him back because you had other areas that you needed to improve, and you can get by with a year of Big Ben that maybe. I mean, obviously, Big Ben is still better than Mason Rudolph. Big Ben is still better than even Duck Hodges. Even though we love Duck, but I mean, again, you look at. You look at that roster and you think, we've got a bunch of holes. If we can bring back one solid piece.
Then you kill the rest of them now and then wait till next year and get maybe one of the better guys.
Right.
Or maybe in free agency.
Yeah. Or maybe you get Aaron Rodgers when Aaron Rodgers leaves. I know he doesn't want to go east, but maybe you can work that. But here's.
You bring up Aaron Rodgers, and I'm glad you did.
I brought it up jokingly.
I know you did. But there's a lot of people who think that he could still be moved. If he wasn't already moved, he ain't getting moved. That's my opinion. I think if he was going to get moved, it was going to be in the top 10 portion of this draft. He ain't getting moved now. We're just going to get through that standstill. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, this is just Jacksonville's second pick. Never mind. I thought that was a trade. It's just Jacksonville's second pick. Yeah. Aaron Rodgers now, it's just going to be that standstill of. I think he's going to be in Green Bay next year. But now it's just going to be weird because what is going to happen, or what can happen, in order for him to be like, all right, I'm going to go play there now. Because they offered him an extension, and that didn't work. mean, I honestly don't know. I highly doubt that he's talking to anybody over in Green Bay right now.
Well,
In fact, I highly doubt he's even watching this draft right now.
well, I bet he's watching it. Well, he's probably watching Pat McAfee and his boy AJ Hawk do their draft thing.
He's not watching the ESPN or NFL networks.
No, I bet he'll
He
get
seems
moved.
the type of guy too, though, that he has to have somebody tell him, like, "Hey, Green Bay just picked this guy."
He's not going to play. I don't think he plays in Green Bay next year. I think that seems like the situation is too stretched at this point for it to work.
It is. I think you're right.
Let's move now, Patrick. Let's talk about this Jacksonville Jaguar pick that's up, because Aaron Rodgers, we'll talk about that on an episode at some point down the road, probably maybe next week even. We've got the Jacksonville Jaguars back up. They've got their second pick. Now, you look at what's available, and you've gotten your quarterback of the future. Now, do you go with a guy like Rashad Bateman and get a wide receiver who can do a lot here, or do you look? Let's see who's left tackle wise. Do you get your boys Heaven Jenkins? Do you get a Dylan Radins? Do you do something like that? Are they going to let Trevor Lawrence make the pick? Oh, I thought they were about to let Trevor Lawrence make the pick on TV. That would have been okay with me.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, if you're the Jaguars, what do you do here?
So they've got a lot of needs. Wide receiver could be a need. They have Chark. They just brought in Marvin Jones. They got Laviska Shenault. They've got some other lower depth chart guys who I honestly like. So I don't know if wide receiver is just the biggest need here. You got Cam Robinson, who you put a franchise tag on. So I don't know if that's going to be the situation that you go with. The pick is in, and Goodell's in his freaking chair, and it's the best. Prediction is Christian Barmore. That's my prediction.
Okay, that's interesting, because I would think interior defensive line is a little bit less of a need than some of this other stuff. I would assume it's an offensive lineman or maybe something different based off. It could be Travis Etienne. If I were thinking, let's see, Goodell is going to make it from his actual chair. That's funny. Patrick's face right now. I know. Well, obviously you guys can see it because I haven't changed the transition to show both of us. It was just showing you. You know what though? As much as we rag on Roger Goodell, I love when Roger Goodell knows the joke about himself and just goes with it. Travis Etienne, when your face went like that, that was actually my thought. And while you were talking about it, I was looking at what's available and what they need, and this makes a whole bunch of sense to me.
And whenever my jaw kind of dropped.
This makes a whole bunch of sense to me. Look, it's what we were talking about with Tua and getting a guy like Devontae Smith. Getting they didn't get Devontae Smith, obviously, but getting Jalen Waddle, getting a guy that you're familiar with. In this case, you're getting a guy that you know that they made a successful offense. And this tells me more than anything. By the way, shout out to our buddy Roger, who is now on the clock with the Browns. I know he's excited about this. We have it on record that he will eat his hat if the Browns get a linebacker here. But I think this is
not a dirty hat.
This is showing me a lot of what Urban Meyer is planning on doing on offense. And my guess is he's talked to Dabo Swinney a lot.
Of course he has. He just picked Trevor Lawrence. But he also... I've kind of heard from a few, not a ton, but a few people that they might take ATN day 2. I also wasn't expecting to hear his name today. And the reason that I'm kind of shocked by this is because they just nailed a UDFA in James Robinson. Now, whenever Urban came in and they were talking about his offense, a lot of people were saying that Robinson probably wouldn't fit that mold.
Patrick, I'm going to say something controversial here. And it's only controversial because it goes against.
You kind of say a lot of controversial things. Some of them I don't think they are, and some of them I really think they are.
Well, this is only going to be controversial in that it's going to be controversial based off what I was just talking about with Najee Harris. So in a lot of ways, I'm kind of retracking it. I think that this is kind of Travis Etienne is kind of an underrated running back in this class, largely because I think people have just forgotten how good he is. And again, this is from somebody who, and if you've listened to the show, if you've listened to any point in time, I'm not a big running back guy. I'm a running back by committee guy. I may draft a running back in the 5th round, 7th round, and figure it out, and you can make it work. Hi, Chris Carson. But
James Robinson, undrafted free agent type.
Right. I think Etienne is good in every facet of the game. Is his pass blocking a little bit not great? It's not as good as Najee Harris, but I think that he can do everything that needs to be done. And he is a perfect running back for what Urban Meyer is going to want to do in Jacksonville with now, especially with Trevor Lawrence. He is going to be a guy who's good at RPOs. He's going to be a guy who's good at really just everything that he's going to ask a running back to do. You look at Ohio State's offense, they don't ask their running backs to block a lot, to pass block a ton. So I don't think that he's going to be asked to pass block as much in Jacksonville as he might at other places. You look at what are his negatives. Some of his negatives are that maybe he's a little bit indecisive in terms of when he's running. He's a little bit indecisive with his cuts, and he's a little bit indecisive but he's also just so good that I think sometimes his indecisiveness is because he knows he can do stuff that other people can't. And I think ESPN was making the comparison to Alvin Kamara, and I think that's a good one because I think they're going to use him in the passing game a ton. Oh, we got Pumpkinhead, Patrick. We got a Pumpkinhead sighting.
Laughing at her.
Of course, well, it makes sense that he would be the one. How do you become that big of a important part of a fan base? Is it just you got to find something ridiculous and just really stick to it?
I think you do. I think that's really the key. You have to go all out. You have to be really creative, and then you gotta stick with it.
Kudos to Pumpkinhead though. Dude's in good shape. If you're gonna if your entire costume is gonna be based around wearing an actual football uniform, you got to look good in the football uniform, and he's pulling that off. So Roger Goodell is at the board, or at the podium, getting ready to make the pick. Our good buddy Roger, thinks it's either gonna be Newsome or Bateman here. What do you think, Patrick?
I would love if it's Bateman. We're about to see the pick here.
I've got a little kitten that's decided to come in and once again interrupt the show a little bit. Hi, little guy. We're into hour 3 of this. I think a cat can come by and I could say something about it.
I don't see anything wrong with that at all.
For us, this is kind of like day 3 is for Todd McShay and all them, where they kind of just start goofing off a little bit.
Or I don't remember what year it was, but remember
when the orangutan made the pick?
Yeah,
in Indy. I'm sure you heard Pat McAfee talk about that, right?
Hated that when the orangutan made the pick. He did not like that at all.
There it is, Greg Newsome. I think that's a solid pick for them. That to me is a good pick.
I love that. So they go backfield again, which in recent years that's kind of been what they've done, which they haven't had the best injury luck with that. But let's say everyone's healthy. Let's say week 1, they've got Denzel Ward, John Johnson, who they just brought in, who I think is a great free agent signing, Grant Delpit, Greedy Williams, Greg Newsome. That's filthy.
Yeah. And I think this is a guy who I love his length. I obviously if you've listened to this show at all, you know that I'm a Seattle Seahawks fan. So I'm a big fan of the tall, long, lanky receivers, and this guy's 6'1", got a lot of length in the arms. So I think this is a great pick for the Cleveland Browns. And you look around that division and what they've got to do, who they've got to stop. This this is a good idea to me to go ahead and pick up just another good, solid defense piece. A guy who can really break on the ball well and just causes problems.
I mean, you look at what the division has, and you've got Roethlisberger for the Steelers. You've honestly got a division that's got, Roethlisberger, Burrow for the Bengals, and then we don't really like his passing attack for either of us, but you've still got Lamar in Baltimore.
Well, and you got to just think about
those guys. That's a division where you've got plenty of decent quarterbacks, so you really need to have a solid defensive backfield, and that's really an area where Cleveland has continued to struggle. And Newsom's a good, lengthy corner that I didn't really expect to last this long.
Yeah.
So I think it's a slam dunk.
Well, and you mentioned the Bengals with Joe Burrow, and obviously they just got Jamar Chase, and so just another guy in that division that's going to be tough to stop. And this has quickly, over the last couple of years, become a very, very good and a very deep division for a division that for a while had a couple teams that were laughing stocks. Let's move down, Patrick. We're at pick 27, so we're on the home stretch at this point. We've got the Baltimore Ravens making the pick here, and the pick is in, but they're at commercial, so it's going to be a minute. Some needs for them: edge, tackle, safety.
Talk about the fact that there was a big rumor that New Orleans was looking to trade into the top 10, and they're still here at 28.
Yeah, so much for that rumor. But
I'm starting to lose some credibility with Glazer. What? Because remember whenever COVID first hit, Glazer had this big story that was going to shock the airwaves. And this was like back when I think we were starting to be in quarantine, and so there really wasn't a lot of sports news. And whenever Glazer dropped that bomb on Twitter where it's like, I've got this big story, I'm going to announce it on such and such show at 6 o'clock. And then we were all wondering what it was going to be, and it was just like some friggin' third-string center for the Rams had COVID. And we're all like, dude, get the hell out of here. That was really your shocking news? Like, shut up. Now, the Saints could have easily tried their hardest to get in to the top 10 or top 15. They just couldn't get anything done. They could have.
So what about the Ravens, though, Patrick, whose pick we're actually on?
The Ravens, edge is definitely a need. Left tackle, obviously with the recent trade, is a need. Wide receiver is certainly one. And not just a wide receiver, but like a bigger receiver.
Yeah.
Because a lot of their guys are smaller.
Tevin Jenkins seems like the move here. If you think about the recent trade, you think about the style of offense they're going to run, you think about the kind of guys John Harbaugh likes.
I'm kind of thinking about the whole Ravens situation in general. They actually need Wright because Ronnie is going to go back and play left. So they really need Wright, and Tevin would be great.
Yeah. Again, the other argument being that they need an edge guy, and once again, I think this edge class drops off quite a bit after this first round, and so you've got Azeez Ojulari sitting there. So maybe that could be a guy that the Ravens look at here. A guy that probably fits his profile, fits their profile. If they're gonna, I could see them having him as a pure rush guy, and that working out. But to me, Tevin Jenkins seems like he seems like he should be a Raven. Like, sometimes you get guys when you're looking through the draft process and you go, okay, well, so-and-so's a fit. Like, Melifonu seems like such a fit for Seattle. He's a tall, lanky corner, super long arms. You think that sounds like a guy who should be there. Tevin Jenkins, to me, seems like the guy who should be at there. But it looks like they're going to go wide receiver, maybe. We're seeing Elijah Moore. Are they tipping the pick? Maybe not. They're floating around with a couple of the guys who are left. But they've gone 2 receivers, so maybe they're tipping it a little bit. I hate it when ESPN does. Come on, boys.
Even see that, I guess I was looking at you instead.
Yeah, you got so many other things you can do. And
officially made the pick.
you put a guy in his pajamas in Goodell's chair.
You tipped the pick.
Oh, did I?
You technically did.
Did I get it right? It's Tevin, isn't it? Let's see.
No.
Oh.
Well, I've already seen who the pick is.
Yeah, you have. I'm still behind. It is Rashad Bateman. Okay, there you go. Well, they flipped around. They went to Rashad Bateman. They went to Elijah Moore's house. They cut to those. Okay, I mean, here's the deal. Let's be honest.
He's not like the biggest guy, but at the same time,
he's bigger than Marquise Brown.
You argue that he's the best wide receiver on the board.
Yeah. Man,
and they need a wide receiver.
They do.
And as much as Elijah Moore, I don't think that they needed to go with that type of receiver.
Here's the deal. I think that the style of offense they run, you could have, I'm going to throw a name out there, and I know people are probably tired of me hearing about it, and if he gets like 2 catches next year, people are going to be like, oh, we told you, you were talking about this guy. A guy like Jonathan Adams later in the draft makes more of a move, it makes more sense, I feel like I've said that a ton tonight, more sense to me than not than a Rashad Bateman, because Rashad Bateman's good. But I think you could have gone offensive line here. You could have got Tevin Jenkins. Because what is their offense going to do, Patrick?
They just saw 31.
That's true. But what are they going to do? They're going to throw the ball at tight end because Lamar Jackson isn't that great of a quarterback. He's a good running quarterback. He's a good he's an average passer at best. And I just don't think that loading up on receivers is necessarily the answer for them when you've got a spot like right tackle that you could have filled with Terrace Marshall, or not Terrace Marshall, obviously he's a wide receiver, with Tevin Jenkins. So I think that pick would have been maybe smarter to me. But look, we like Rashad Bateman. Rashad Bateman's a good wide receiver.
Oh, yeah, I love Rashad Bateman. The Saints pick is already in. And I was kind of going off maybe more towards Glazer than the Saints. But it is interesting that, there were those rumors. And now they stayed put at 28. And the pick is in pretty quickly. I hate that we're at commercial again. Just because, we're almost done with this round. But they're going to milk as many commercials they can get now that we're almost over.
Yeah. So let's looking at the board, looking at guys who are left. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah seems like a guy that could go to the Saints right here because look, they need edge guy, they need linebacker, they need safety, they need corner. They need a lot of help on the defensive side of the football. You could argue they need
There's a pick I think that they should make, and I would love it. I think I would love it more than the Koramoah pick.
Do tell.
Elijah Moore.
Okay. Yeah, wide receiver's a need for them. But again, I think...
Huge need for them.
I think... Again, we've said it and bang our heads against the wall. This wide receiver class is way deeper than this edge class. This wide receiver class is way deeper than this linebacker class. And I think you can get an impact linebacker, you can get an impact edge guy in Ojulari, or you can get an impact receiver. If you get an impact receiver, you're not getting an impact edge guy this year unless you just find a diamond in the rough. And let's not forget, Patrick, who did they draft that you love? That they traded up for that you love? Marcus Davenport.
I hate Marcus Davenport.
I know. It was sarcasm.
That was such a bad trade.
So it was a terrible trade.
I think at this point, though, you kind of go with best player available. Best player available is probably, arguably, like Christian Barmore. And you could go Koromoa. But I don't know. I think one of the top best players available is also a guy like Elijah Moore, which is also a huge need. And it's not just a huge need for this year. It's been a huge need for the Saints for such a long time as far as a wide receiver 2. And arguably, in some cases, whenever Michael Thomas is often injured, wide receiver 1.
That's true.
Because they don't have anyone outside of Michael Thomas. And Michael Thomas made hardly any impact last year because he was not even on the field. Manuel Sanders was there but made no impact, and he's gone. So are you going to really go on the field if Michael Thomas isn't healthy in certain games with a guy like Traquan Smith or Marquise Callaway as like a wide receiver 1/wide receiver 2, and you expect to win? Not a chance in hell.
So then, Patrick, if you're going to go wide receiver, why are you going Elijah Moore over, let's say, a Terrace Marshall or a Rondell Moore?
Terrace Marshall, for me, is starting to get injury concerns, so I wouldn't go with him probably even in the first round. So that's why I wouldn't go with Terrace Marshall, where I probably would a month ago. So that knocks him out. And you know I love Rondell Moore. Rondell Moore is my guy. But Rondell Moore hasn't also been healthy since his freshman year. So that worries me too. Elijah Moore can do a lot of things on the field. He can honestly line up even on the outside and make an impact as much as he would on the inside.
See,
Saints are about to make this pick.
I wonder a little bit more about whether Elijah Moore can really do work on the outside as much. I see him more as a very good, but as a pure slot receiver. And so if you're looking for a straight up outside guy, I don't know if that's the move. Patrick has a face because he's seen the pick and he's a little bit shocked. So it must not be anything that we've been talking about, and he must either really, really like it or really, really. We're gonna go tight on Patrick here because I just want to keep this. Look at that face. That's the face of somebody who's shocked. Here comes Roger Goodell. Is this Kellen Mond? Watch this be like Kellen Mond or something. That would be hilarious.
I will give you a hint. We haven't talked about him at all today.
Okay, Kyle Trask. Who?
No.
Peyton Turner. Well, there's your edge.
So before I unfollowed him for the weekend, Schefter mentioned him as a name that could sneak into the first round, and I was like, yeah, right, that's not going to happen. He's a late second round guy. Well, here he is. I don't hate him. I didn't like him as a first round guy.
Well, man, and you don't trust a team that we just talked about with Marcus Davenport. Like, that's like, there's some teams you don't trust certain picks for. Edge might be one that maybe we don't trust with the Saints now.
They had a need at edge, but they had a lot of needs.
Well, and again, I think this is.
I don't particularly like it.
I think that's a guy you could have gotten later, or if that's your guy, you trade down and pick up another pick. Because I don't want to. Now the Packers are up, Patrick. So we didn't like that pick. The Packers are up. They've got to either try and figure out what they're going to do in the wake of Aaron Rodgers potentially being gone. I still think they need to go out here and get a wide receiver. I think either a wide receiver or you got to go offensive tackle or something here. Again, Tevin Jenkins still on the board, right?
You could go Jenkins. I would like that.
Or Dylan Radins makes a guy going from green and gold
It's
to
a guy
green and gold.
Could probably play in at left, while Bakhtiari is still coming off of that injury, and then when he comes back, you could swing Tevin in at right.
Now, given injury concerns that you mentioned, Terrace Marshall, if you're going to appease Aaron Rodgers, appease him with another weapon, and appease him with a guy. Because what's our joke always about Aaron Rodgers? Just find Devontae Adams, right? Like that's where he's usually going with the football because Devontae Adams is very good. I don't fault a quarterback for going to a player who's very, very good. But
who wouldn't?
In our mock we had Kadarius Toney going here to the Green Bay Packers. So I think the move still to me says go wide receiver here. Go with either Terrace Marshall. You can make an argument for.
If you want to try and make him happy, you have to go wide receiver.
Yeah. Or maybe even Amon-Ra St. Brown. Do you want to go up the St. Brown tree again?
I wouldn't go with him today, though.
Just because is Equinemius still on roster there?
Yeah, I think it was on IR all year last year.
Get the brothers together.
Get the gang back together again.
So now that we're here on the Packers, Patrick, let's talk a little bit about Aaron Rodgers again while we're waiting on their pick to come in.
Sure.
What realistically do you think it would take a team to get Aaron Rodgers away from him? I know you don't think he's going to be gone. You think he's going to be a Packer again next year. I don't think so. But what would it take to get him away?
Well, I was telling someone earlier, I mean like before the draft started. So he's an MVP, but he's an older quarterback. So we're not talking about like a Deshaun Watson type mega deal because of how old Aaron Rodgers is. So at this point, you're talking about a 2022 first. If he's drafted still this weekend, you're probably going like a second rounder. Maybe a first next year and a second this year gets it done.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be as expensive as say Carson Wentz or a Deshaun Watson. What was the Carson Wentz trade? It was only a third rounder.
So a third this year, and it's a
conditional
pick. It could be a second next year, and it could be a first.
I see. That's probably how Eric Stokes to the Packers. So the Packers once again addressing defense in the first round. I feel like
and I'm sure Aaron's not happy.
Yeah, Aaron. That to me almost puts the nail in the coffin that you're not going to see Aaron Rodgers in a Green Bay Packer uniform again. You gotta. I love it for the drama aspect of it. But
I still think he's going to be playing for Green Bay next year. But what could take place as far as, like you said, the drama and
Patrick, you know how this works.
Yep.
You know how this
could be great.
You know how this works, Patrick. If it got out that he's told people in the organization that he's not going to play for him next year, his group leaked that, which means he's not going to play for them next year. Like it's different if maybe someone random floats it out, but if the Packers say, hey, we're maybe exploring a trade, or if that's how it leaked out. But no, it leaked out that he said, yo, I'm not going to be playing for y'all next year. And if that's the case, you start looking at all the evidence, right? Like there was rumblings last year that he wasn't happy. And then what do? You don't get him any help on offense. And in the first round, you go and draft, you re-sign Aaron Jones to a contract that's probably a little expensive for a running back. That just because of my views on running backs, I'll let that be that my view says it's a little too expensive. And then you get in the first round, you go corner, and not that that's not a position of need, like right, like it can be both things. It can be a position of need and also like a bad pick. Like you should probably make a pick that makes your quarterback happy. And so to me, that just says for sure, like the Packers are also agreeing that okay, you're gone. We'll figure it out. Let's move now, Patrick. We're on pick 30. We got the Buffalo Bills. I thought Najee Harris would have been a perfect fit here. But now, maybe we see a third running back go? Could this be the spot for Javonte Williams? And I know you would love this pick in the sense of for the team and the player, but you would hate it for the fact that it makes your conference even harder to win.
Why did it make my conference harder to win?
Because you're in the AFC and so are the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, conference. They're talking division. Well, I was kind of expecting someone like Stokes to go to Buffalo, which now wasn't going to happen. Ojulari could easily be here because the Bills are going to need edge help. They've had the same consistent edge rushers for like 10 years. So they could easily... I know they drafted Epinesa, but I don't think Epinesa is going to turn out to be much of anything.
What about Koromoa here, Patrick? What about Koromoa?
Let me see.
Because you need linebacker help. You need safety help. You think about what's in that division. You need a good athletic guy because you've got... You've got Lamar Jackson. And look, part of the problem with Koromoa is that he's a little bit of a tweener. He's a linebacker-safety hybrid. Well, you've got a guy named Lamar Jackson who probably needs a linebacker-safety hybrid to stop. Matt Milano is not as athletic as Koromoa is. Maybe that would make sense.
I don't know, but Milano can cover.
He can.
And tremendous I love. So I don't know if they're going to go with a guy like Koromoa. I thought corner was definitely going to be a need. At this point, I don't see any corners worth taking. The pick is in, so I wonder who it's going to be. I mean, I could still see a guy like Molden or Samuel Jr. being here. I just don't. I can see it, but I don't think it's going to be the pick. You look at edge, you could see maybe like Tryon or Ojulari being here. Defensive, I think they do need a corner. I don't think safety's going to be a pick. Man, this is what I think it's honestly going to be. I think it's honestly going to be Ojulari or it's going to be Tryon. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Ugh, I think
it's going to be edge.
I don't know if I like Tryon. What about Gregory Rousseau? How do you feel about him?
It could be Rousseau. I actually like him a lot. Could be Rousseau.
I mean, if you look at the quote unquote rankings, I think you have the predictive rankings. I've got the actual player rankings up.
Yeah, predictive. Well, Goodell's strutting over there.
Oh, and see they're showing linebacker on TV, so I'm not gonna but they're showing the one I wouldn't want in Jason Oweh.
What I wonder with the next two picks is if we're going to see a late trade.
Well, there's been rumors that the Seahawks have been looking for a way to trade in, but that would take a lot, and they need to trade back, actually probably in the second round anyways, and get a couple more picks since they're only sitting with 3. This is kind of annoying, Patrick. As you know, and as some of our listeners know, I've been working for a sports trading card company for the last couple of years. This happens to be the busiest weekend of the year for us, so we've not got to have nearly as much fun with the draft. I finally get to have fun with the draft, and my Seahawks, who normally have like 87 picks, only have 3.
So the Bills just made a pick, and I think we're both going to be big fans
Gregory
of who
Rousseau.
this pick is.
There's the edge. We mentioned him. I think we were mentioning. I've mentioned it a couple times with teams that have needed edge, and I think part of that is the get Gregory Rousseau before Baltimore comes in and gets Gregory Rousseau. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ojulari goes here to Baltimore if they get their edge guy now that they've taken a receiver off the board. Or again, I could see them also. Look, I think Koromoa at some point is going to have to go. I'm a little surprised he's still on. And again, it's kind of like a little bit like Isaiah Simmons last year. Like you've got to know what you're going to do with him if you get him, because he's such a tweener.
I think Simmons is like the purest definition of a tweener that you're ever going to see. But I think people saw Simmons and saw that he still hasn't kind of found his niche as far as maybe even position.
Right.
And they see a guy kind of similar in Koromoa, and they say, well, if he's similar, he may struggle for the first year to really get his rhythm at some type of position. But Koromoa has a stronger foundation on the defense because Simmons played all types of positions.
Right.
He played every linebacker position. He played on the edge. He played safety. He even lined up he played literally every position.
Right.
On the defense. And I think that Koromoa is more of a safety linebacker hybrid, whereas Isaiah Simmons was just a chess piece that you could just put literally anywhere. So I think Koromoa might be better off in terms of the transition, because you're either going to put him at linebacker or you're going to put him at like a safety. But I think Simmons and his struggle to kind of find his rhythm is really is scaring teams off, at least in today.
Right. And I wonder,
maybe tomorrow you'll see him early, but today maybe we won't see him now.
And I wonder how much of that is just a black mark on the coaching staff against the coaching staff in Arizona for not figuring out how to. I loved Isaiah Simmons coming out, and I
thought, do too. I still think he's going to be solid.
I just think it's a case of coaches probably overthinking it. Like, just let the dude ball. Put the guy in a position to ball and let him ball. And really, the way you do that is you take away a nickel guy and just put him in. You play essentially nickel the entire game and just have Isaiah Simmons play that sort of position, and he can blitz and he can back off and cover, and he can do this and he can do that. But I think that's part of why we're seeing the Koromoa fall. So let's go back real quick and look at the board from the player ranking. Koromoa being the top guy left on the Draft Network's one. Then Baron Browning, which they, again, have real high. Ojulari, Terrace Marshall, Trevon Moehrig, who this could be a spot for Trayvon Moehrig. Baltimore needs a safety. He's the best safety off the board. So maybe that's a spot. Tevin Jenkins is still there. We talked about Tevin Jenkins at pick 27 to the Baltimore Ravens. Maybe they see him still sitting there and they go, hey, we're going to get Tevin Jenkins. Then you get Landon Dickerson, Dylan Radins, Liam Eichenberg, Javonte Williams is there. They don't necessarily need a running back, but some other guys, they're not going to go wide receiver. Joe Tryon, Jalen Mayfield is there. Jason Owa, if they go edge. But really, if it's me, if you're looking at what they need and what's on the board, it seems like it would either be Ojulari or Tevin Jenkins in terms of if they need edge, they could use offensive line help. And obviously you were hoping Tevin Jenkins would be your pick when we did a mock draft, and that's not how it is. So I don't know.
So this is what maybe 4 or 5 hours after the initial Ravens trade happened, I wondered if this is the case, even though I don't think now. Okay, yeah, it looks like they were going to make the pick, but when the clock was going down, I was wondering for a few days if with one of their first-round picks, if they were going to trade out of the first round, get an earlier second out of the deal along with probably an additional day, maybe an early day 3 pick, so that way they could still have one first-round pick. They could have an earlier second-round pick along with their third and whatever, so that way they could technically make their trade with the Chiefs, lose their second, but actually make an additional trade, and then as a result move up in the second versus just losing a second altogether. But it looks like they're going to make a pick, which of course we're going to have to wait on because of a commercial, even though there's 2 picks left.
Right. This is one of the things about ESPN that the way they do it kind of bugs me. And I assume it's them and not NFL Network that does it. Because I can see NFL Network just running. They should just do the whole thing where they split screen it the whole time.
That's one thing I'm ready for as far as the move to Fayetteville. We're going to have NFL Network back, and I'm so excited for that.
Yeah. So, let's talk here about what maybe could happen at 32. 32, you got the Super Bowl champion, Tampa Brady Buccaneers. And they've brought everybody back. So if anybody's a team that I feel like could move, I could see them trading out of that last spot in the first round because they don't need a ton. And look, when this thing falls, it's going to fall hard. But until Tom Brady retires and Gronk retires and all the old guys on that team retire, this is going to be a team that's going to be a problem for a lot of people. And I don't think they're worried about what's going to happen 5 years from now. I don't think they're worried about what's going to happen 3 years from now. They're thinking, how many Super Bowls can we win very, 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 very quickly? So, I guess maybe that's a trade spot. Maybe you... I'm trying to even think what they could really pick there. Maybe you just beef up that offensive line again and roll with, and get a guy like if Tevin Jenkins is there or Dylan Radins is there.
Ooh, yeah. You're talking about the Bucs?
Yeah.
I wouldn't go O-line, and this is why. Well, as far as tackle, this is why I wouldn't go tackle, because Donovan Smith. For a while, everybody was expecting Donovan Smith to get the heave-ho. Donovan Smith played out of his mind last year. And then who did they take? They probably took one of the best offensive linemen last year, Tristan Wirfs. So I think they got the tackles laid out. Ravens just made an interesting pick. So I don't think tackle is going to be a position that they probably consider.
Well, but you could...
Maybe somebody like a...
you could take Tevin Jenkins and bump him inside.
Maybe. I don't know.
I think you under...
I don't know. I think you got such young guys. I don't even know, because Alex Kapp I think is great. Ryan Jensen is great. I don't know if I would just go O-line right now.
Well, I mean, again, I think it's starting to look around what they actually need, and that's the big question. Jason Owe. Jason Owe. I just said Owe. I said it wrong.
Go ahead.
We thought edge might be the spot. He, to me, is just such a question mark. Jason Owe. Man, he didn't get any sacks last year.
I know. Well, that's going to be the big question mark, is if you made such an impact in college, why didn't you get any sacks?
Any.
And I know you played very few games last year, but why didn't you get any sacks?
Yeah, you start looking at it. And look, this is a guy. Excuse me, it's getting a little bit late here. This is
a guy. Got one pick left. It's 11 o'clock.
This is way past my bedtime. This is a guy who's got a lot of upside, but man, this is a guy I just think maybe you could have traded. And this is maybe the problem that because they didn't have a second round draft pick, that they just traded away or whatever. Maybe you could have traded down, and maybe they just didn't have anybody who wanted to trade down and pick up pick up him in the second round a little bit later and get another pick, or
Bucks pick is in.
Okay, Bucks pick is in. So
the year where we're not seeing anyone trading back up into the first round.
Interesting. And look, I guess really when you look at it, the way everything's fallen, so we might see some moves very early tomorrow.
Oh, that would be sick.
But we're sitting at, when you start thinking about it, the quarterbacks are all gone. The main corners are all gone. The wide receivers are all, well, they're not all gone, but you're getting to the point where, there's not a whole lot with first round grades left. Really, I think Terrace Marshall is the last one that's got a first round grade that's available. And so I guess maybe you could look wide receiver here. You could give him a Tom Brady another weapon for the year, but the selection is in, and so our last pick of the first round is.
Do you remember who I picked in my mock for the Bucks?
Was it Joe Tryon? Who'd you pick?
I'll let you see who the selection is first.
Joe Tryon is the pick.
And I nailed it because that's who I picked in my mock. Joe Tryon.
Okay, well, you get a linebacker, which is a spot that I guess they needed. This is an interesting team, again, to be drafting here because they don't necessarily need a ton for that roster. So I guess you take a shot on a guy. Let's see, what is he listed as an edge on this one? Yeah, I guess.
He can play linebacker. He can play edge.
Yeah, so there is your first round. So let's recap real quick, and since it is late, we won't stick around too much longer. First overall, The Jaguars, of course, took Trevor Lawrence, quarterback. Quarterback at number 2 to the Jets, Zach Wilson. Trey Lance, quarterback 3 to the 49ers. Kyle Pitts to the Falcons. Jamar Chase, Bengals. Jalen Waddle to the Dolphins. Penei Sewell to the Detroit Lions. J.C. Horn to the Carolina Panthers. Denver Broncos get Surtain. Cowboys get Devonta Smith. Man, that wide receiver crew looks real good right now. Wait. That was the Philadelphia Eagles. Excuse me. I knew I was going to mess that up at some point. Then you get
Eagles.
Then you get into the trade, or that is the trades. But then you get into another one. Chicago Browns. Chicago Bears jump up to take Justin Fields. Was it the Cowboys then get Micah Parsons? Yes. Because that was where I couldn't trade. Rashawn Slater goes to the Chargers. The Jets get Elijah Vera Tucker with their second pick. New England Patriots do what I thought they would do all along, and who would end up with Mac Jones, ends up with Mac Jones. Arizona Cardinals get my boy Zayvon Collins. Las Vegas does maybe the weirdest one of the night and gets Alex Leatherwood at number 17 overall. Dolphins getting Jalen Phillips at 18. Jamin Davis to the Washington. I like how this the Draft Network has it as Washington. But the Washington football team gets Jamin Davis, linebacker out of Kentucky. The Giants get Kadarius Toney at 20. Your Colts get the greatest edge player of all time, Kwity Paye.
You better.
Caleb Farley goes at 22 to the Titans. 23 is Christian Darrisaw to the Vikings. Najee Harris at 24 to the Steelers. Jacksonville comes in or gets the second pick of this round and gets Travis Etienne. Greg Newsome to the Browns, which made our good friend Roger very happy until the next pick when the Baltimore Ravens took Rashad Bateman. New Orleans Saints get Peyton Turner in a bit of a stretch. Packers get Eric Stokes at corner at 29. Buffalo Bills get Gregory Rousseau at 30. Edge player, second pick for the Ravens. Jason Owe at 31. And Patrick gets a correct pick at 32 with Joe Tryon going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So, Patrick, let's close this out real quick. Give me your favorite pick and your least favorite pick of this round. Of this round.
Least favorite pick is going to be Peyton Turner for the Saints. It's easy. Although I still don't like Kwity Paye to the Colts with who was available at offensive tackle. Leatherwood for the Raiders, I think was a reach. I was having him as like the second Ravens pick is like 31, and they pick him at 17. Picks that I love, depending on like what the trade ends up being, like what they give up and whatever. Like, I mean, we know like what the details were, but like how the trade stuff plays out. Justin Fields to Chicago is insane. I would have never guessed that. I love that. J.C. Horn to the Panthers, I think is legit just because they get a pure number one corner, which is what they needed. Like Penny Sewell to the Lions. A later pick that I really liked. As long as the medicals clear up, is Caleb Farley to Tennessee.
So
Patric scares me quite a bit.
Patrick is very bad at the game we play where you pick your favorite one and your least favorite one. Instead, we go through the whole draft class.
I picked some of my favorites, and I led off with the ones that I hated.
So
I gave you multiple. I overachieved.
So give me your favorite pick and your least favorite pick.
Okay. So if I got to narrow everything down to one, my absolute favorite pick is probably going to be Justin Fields to Chicago.
Okay.
Least favorite is definitely Peyton Turner to the Saints.
Yeah, that's going to be my least favorite, especially in wake of the Marcus Davenport pick that was a bad pick, and then they do this again. Because, that just doesn't make a lot of sense. And Patrick, my favorite pick of the first round is going to be Kwity Paye at number 21. I'm just kidding.
Are you trolling me?
I am a little bit. Although,
okay.
So my favorite pick, I actually am going to go with my favorite pick being Justin Fields to the Bears because I thought he was going to be there, and I think that's a good move for them. It's a clear break from the quarterbacks they've had, and I think what a lot of people pretended like Mitchell Trubisky could be coming out of North Carolina is more of what Justin Fields actually is, and that's a good quarterback. I say it jokingly though, but Patrick, I actually really do like the Kwity Paye pick for you guys. I know you hate it because Christian Darrisaw was on the board, but I think
they change my mind depending on what happens in the second round.
Yeah, I think you're going to sing a different tune when you see what else happens. If they get a Spencer Brown, if they get somebody else, if a Dylan Radins falls that far, I think there are other options. And Kwity Paye, if he is the guy that you sold me on. Now remember, this is because you sold me on Kwity Paye.
I love the prospect.
Yeah. So, and I think you're going to love him for your team. But I will say this, I also have a bit of a negative thing with all Michigan ends because Seattle has a tendency to pick Michigan defensive ends and then they do nothing. So that being said, with that, Patrick, we are going to get out of here for the night because I need to go to sleep. You need to go to sleep, probably.
I would love to go to sleep.
And that is the first round. If you watched it all, we appreciate you watching. If you are watching this in the future to troll us and laugh about how terrible some of our takes were, that's cool too. We thank you for listening. Obviously, you can see where to follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. All that good stuff is on there. So make sure you're following us there. SoundCloud, iTunes. This will get released as a podcast, a very, very long podcast. But there's that. Patrick, we crossed into 4 hours. So we made it the entire way. So thank you. If nothing else, we've had fun. But that is going to do it. We're going to get out of here. We're going to go to sleep and get ready for the second round. So we'll see you guys around.
See you.
choking afterbirth.
Yeah, rock that scooper.
She doesn't even go here. Where is the turtle?